And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition here of the StarCraft Evolution League number 10. I'm of course your VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chats and by my fleshes as well. Welcome one and all. It has been far too long since we've covered this live, but welcome to a brand new edition here of StarCraft Evolution League. And then this is a bi-weekly. At one point was a monthly earlier this year, but now is a bi-weekly tournament. Every 2 weeks, every fortnight, we do host this event, as this is a StarCraft Evolution tournament, not StarCraft 2, StarCraft Evolution. Those are curious, this is of course a mod, a blending of Brood War and SE2 coming together as one, facing off against each other, pitted and locked in battle. Let's go. We do have our initial bracket, exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is stacked, the bracket is live. I do apologize for the bracket or for the stream being a little bit delayed here. You know, we were going live soon TM for a while, but we were waiting for our players. Looks like we have a couple of walkovers in the first round, but again, we have our full setup here. We're jumping into the round of 32, and we are jumping into a PvP between Rake and Shameless. Let's go. We're jumping into that PvP. Jumping into that PvP here between these two Protoss players. Meanwhile, we do have some walkovers. Quantel, the Indonesian Protoss player, unfortunately could not show. Likewise, Zardian's also missing in action. A little bit of a feels bad, man. Big fan of Zardian, big fan of Quantel, big fan of Honmono as well. Some big names were unable to show. I do know that the GSL qualifiers are currently ongoing. That is also impacting some Korean signups from competing and from taking part. So there were a couple of walkovers here, but regardless, the event is going on, and again, we're jumping into our initial matchup. Winner of the series goes up against Bratok in the next round. Let's go as we jump into our first best of 3. Here we go. Again, Vitas are done, and we're jumping to game number 1. And spawning in the top right hand corner of a Blue Storm, we have our red Protoss player. We have a red Protoss representing Hokago T team. It is Rake. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our initial best of 3. As a reminder, this is a prediction for the entire series, not just for the initial matchup. So best of luck in the chat as we jump into our first round. Let's go. It's round of 32. Initially here, welcome as well to Blue Storm. Blue Storm is one of the, I guess, relatively older maps in the map pool from back in 2016. I say older maps, I still remember when this map first hit the tournament scene. Regardless of some of the big features of Blue Storm, as you can see, is the very narrow cherry point coming into the natural. So this is a very defendable location, very easy to wall off, and to defend, to hold at the natural. But Rake here opens up with a cannon rush. Pylons are on the way here in the main base. Back at home, Forge has been placed. Rake, the cannon rush has begun, and we'll see if he can get into the mineral line. If he can get into the mineral line, he can win the game. Shameless does pull the boys. So far, the pylons have been placed. And Alas has the first cannon. Alas is going to be locked in. The second probe here is on the other side. Here we go. We have cannons getting within range of the mineral line. They are on the way. Meanwhile, Zell is being chronoed as we speak. Again, Shameless is the StarCraft 2 Protoss. I should emphasize that as well. Pylon goes down, and it looks like, yeah, it's going to be shut down. It's going to be shut down. That's a kill for the cancel on the pylon. The other pylon is completely surrounded. And with that, Shameless, he kills the probe. He will clean this up. That Zealot does pop out. And the cannon can focus down at least some of these probes. But just one. Just one probe goes down. Down goes the gateway thereafter. Gateway falls. Again, that's a kill, not a cancel. And now there's only one cannon left. We're fine. Shameless, he's perfectly fine, perfectly safe and sound. But we have one more cannon on the way, but it's not going to finish in time. And with that, the cannon rush has failed. With that, Shameless, he will hold, he will defend. And it's going to be a Rake to recover. Oh boy. The cannon rush has failed. We have 3 pylons left over. We have 0 probes left here in the base. We have more probes on the way. Rake, he's still committed to the cannon rush. At this point, it's too late. At this point, it's too late. We have Stalkers popping out as well, one after the other. The pylons is still under fire by that Zealot. You can see here that we're trying to queue up another cannon rush. But again, at this point, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Shameless. The better it is going to be. Takes down the first cannon. Here we go. Oh my god, tries to pull this off. Again, more probes have arrived. And we have more cannons on the way. But now we have a Stalker as well. The Stalker does focus on the probes. First probe does fall. I mean, that is 3 cannons. That's a lot of cannons on the way. True. Oof. But again, with the help of this Stalker, and the biggest problem here is that these cannons aren't threatening anything. Like, they're not within range of anything. We have a third probe coming in. And there's nothing for it to really get done. And the cannons, they're not within range of the mineral, they're not within range of the production. More probes on the way. Let's go. More probes on the way. To be fair, to be honest, if Shameless wants, we could just try to wall off here instead. Just could try to wall off. Or you see Rake setting up a second cannon rush here at the natural instead. Now, I appreciate the tenacity, but GG gets called. Shameless, he will hold, and Shameless will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played again. I mean, I appreciate how committed Rake was to the cannon rush. Did not give up despite how dire things were looking, but it was pretty dire. Like, once the first wave of cannons went down, that was a hold. That was a hold then and there. GG, well played. Shameless, he does claim game number 1. And now we're jumping into game number 2, and we'll see if the cannon rushes continue. I'm hoping we get some more diverse play. I'm hoping that we're able to sink our teeth into this series, but the pressure is on, and we'll see if Rake can bounce back. Let's go. Now, game 2 is going to be on Amygdala. Amygdala, of course, is going to be one of the StarCraft 2 maps in the ladder map pool, or in the tournament map pool. As we jump into our second game. This time, as we settle in, I believe it is going to be a bit of a role reversal here with, who picks Brood War? Who picks SC2? Uh-oh. We're still trying to figure that out. I mean, it is loser's pick, I believe. It is loser's pick. So it is up to Rake to determine. Does he pick Brood or does he pick SC2? Also, shout out to all those in the chat. I see Monthun in the chat. I see Easyfill as well. Yo, Istan came first. That's the Istan. Ranky G-Man, Seaberg. Alongside Warimaro. ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal? Bienvenidos. Okay. So players are still deciding amongst themselves. Oh, how do the race rules work? Oh, right. As I mentioned, I believe it is loser's pick, if I'm not mistaken. But of course, always Brutal versus SC2. Always. Map 1, Apex. Okay, okay. But yes, it is loser's pick. And there we go. Looks like Rake, he has decided to commit to Brood War. Okay. He has made that decision. He is committing. Do we get another cannon rush? I think so. I think we might. We'll see. Oh no. It's time for someone who is shameless to rake it in. Ah, no. Not like this. Not the puns. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Amygdala, we have the red Protoss player, the Brood War Protoss, once again representing her Kagura T team. It is Rake. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the SC2 Protoss, representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. We go as the probe is going to be sent across the map. Pylon gets placed closer here to the main. I'm feeling a Forge already. Schultz, what you got? Yep, there it is. Forge has been thrown down, and Rake is committing to the cannon rush. Okay, so the cannon rush is upon us. Shameless setting up here on top of the ramp on the high ground initially, so a bit of a safer setup here from Shameless. and we'll see if this cannon rush can get underway. Again, like now that it's already happened in game 1, now Shameless is going to be that much more on point and that much more alert and attentive about scouting this in game number 2. As here comes that second probe. Second probe is on the way. Cannon rush is upon us. Here we go. Pylon's going to be thrown down. Rake, he does take control here of the ramp, or at least he attempts to. There we go. The boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled. The initial pylon is surrounded immediately. Likewise, a couple of boys being pulled here towards that second probe. We'll see if we can set up behind the mineral line. Results being coded as we speak. Cybercore's on the way. And that pylon is going to fall. I mean, we'll see if Ray can wall off in time as the pylon does go down. Nice re-wall. Very nice re-wall. Okay. Backup cannons on the way. The first cannon is going to finish this time. A very quick reaction by Rake. Very quick. As he did re-wall in time. And the first cannon is done. This time, the cannon rush looking good. The cannon rush is getting underway. Behind this, more cannons being thrown down. Cybercore is done. Now going for this. Now going for the initial sentry. Initial stalker. But the pylon is exposed. Zell gets forced back. We have to focus on the pylon though. Oh, focus on the pylon. Can he get it? If the pylon goes down, that's going to be game. I mean, there's nothing else here. Yeah, there's nothing else. There's no defensive forge, no defensive cannon rush. There we go. It looks like this is working. The pylon does fall. There's one pylon left, and the stalker will pop out. But we have a wave of cannons on the way. This is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. It's getting out of control. There it is. Everything gets depowered. One stalker is all there is. And these cannons are going to finish. Like, he does focus on one cannon, but there's 2 more to rise up to take its place. I say 2, 3 more to rise up. Yeah, now 4 cannons, and that's going to be game. That's going to be game then and there. Again, Shameless, he barely did not get on top of that cannon. It all came down to that cannon. It all came down to that re-wall. That re-wall was brutal. That was his moment. And now there's nothing. Now there's nothing here. Cybercore falls. And we are looking to force the ace match. We're looking to force the ace match here. As the main base is under fire, and there's no saving this. There's no saving the base, there's no saving the expansion. Shameless, he is going for a ninja base across the map. Now, he can recall his workers to safety, and this is an alternate way to deal with this. Okay, so basically what's happening here is that all these probes will be saved, and all these cannons will mean nothing. This is a big investment for Rake, and what I mean by that is that these cannons are not going to be within range of the new natural base. So he can recall his probes to safety. Likewise, Stargate did complete. Void Ray is on the way, and do we have anything to defend back at home? We have some defensive cannons, defensive shield battery as well. Here we go. The probes are going to be safe. Rake, he should recognize that his opponent is not being revealed, so he knows. We're waiting for the recall. Base is almost done. Now, this Void Ray should contain, and the question then becomes, like, how do we recover from here? What's the game state going to be looking like? For the time being, Rake does have the better economy. He's not able to do much with it, but with his Cybercore, he can make his first wave of Dragoons. Waiting for the recall. There it is. Does recall to safety. And he should have full one base saturation. There we go. Space is saturated. Voiders arrived. Oh, goes to the Artosis pylon. Oh my god. Artosis pylon does go down. Backup pylons on the way. If he can keep this gateway depowered, then he can still win this. He can still win the game. Dragoon is being denied, as the pylon is going to be targeted down. Just barely. And the Dragoon will not spawn in. Likewise, going for the other pylon. Going for the pylon here. Behind this, Shameless is taking his gases. He's resaturating. Going for, yeah, the pylons are not going to finish. They're never going to finish here. 0 production, 0 Dragoons. We do have backup at gateways behind this, and a Stargate as well. As we do throw down 3 more pylons. Behind this, gates are on the way. The Cybercore has to be rebuilt, of course. Shameless, he can make another Void Ray. As it looks like this Dragoon, it is going to finish. As with the help of the 3 pylons, 1 pylon will be done. Repowers everything, and the Dragoon will complete. Okay. Whew. Does get the Dragoon in time. Despite that, the pylon does go down. Oh my god, Dragoon taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Oh, no! Be careful. There you go, now the Dragoon on the way. Shameless has to pull back, has to retreat. Does pull back to the main base, or does, I guess, to his new main. I love that he still went for the spray. He's getting juiced up. He's getting juiced. Cybercore, 3-gate setup. Void Ray is being chronoed. And we have one base versus one base. Let's go. When it comes to our tech, we have equal tech as well. As you can see here, we're making 3 Dragoons at a time, and we have the Stargate as well for potential scouts. There we go. The scout has arrived. Scout moves in, but into 2 Void Rays. And the Void Rays will shut this down, trading 1 for 1. Dragoons get a lot of shots off. No shield battery. Uh-oh. And no shield battery to defend. Stalker's being chronoed as we speak. The Void Ray is going to be hunted down. And the Void Ray will fall. As the last one just rallying in more Dragoons. Shield batteries are on the way. Shameless, he's in trouble here. And so much trouble. As, yeah, he's being overwhelmed. He's being overwhelmed. He's just trickling in Stalkers one at a time. Boys are being pulled. And Rake, he's done it. He's done it. Too many Dragoons. Too many. Oh my god. It takes out the Stalker. Takes out all the probes. And that's it. GG gets called. Rake, you'll tab the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Going to the ace match here again. He just could not keep up with the triple gateway production. Remember, there were 2 gates behind the mineral line for Rake, and they did get up and running, and that leads us all into the ace match. Let's go. Now, when it comes to how do you more securely defend against a cannon rush as a Protoss player, the answer to that, as we saw Shameless trying to go for the cannons themselves, trying to focus them down, and it was very close, very clutch if you recall, very, very close when it came to re-walling with that pylon, but the more secure way to defend against this is to wall up and is to go for your own forge. If you go for your own defensive cannons, then at a certain point you can kind of draw a line where your opponent cannot actually cross that because of your own defensive cannon setup as well. That is typically how you securely shut down cannon rushes in PvP, and we'll see if Shameless does embrace that here as well. I'm curious to see how he does, because again, Rake his cannon rush twice now in a row. Chances are he's going to do it again. It's a very high chance he does it again. And here we go. Game 3 is going to be on Frostline. Here we go. As yeah, this is going to be loser's pick. Oh, it is loser's pick. And are we switching races here? We might have to remake. We'll see. We'll see. But currently, Shamelessly set to Terran. I'm curious if that's going to be his answer here to the cannon rushes that have been happening. Uh-oh. Yeah. Gonna remake. Just gonna remake. Just catching up. Here we go. These cannons and structures looking quite peculiar. If you haven't tuned into the CranKy Ducklings covering some of these events in the past, this is a StarCraft Evolution tournament, not a StarCraft 2 tournament. This is a melding of Brood War and SE2. We've been covering these events for the past 6 months. 6 months, I want to say. Around that, yeah, around 6 months. Around 6 months at this point. Since around like October-ish of last year, around October. So this is StarCraft Evolution, not StarCraft 2. So that's why there are Dragoons, for example. That's why there are more unique structures and unique models in-game as well to distinguish between Brood War Protoss and SE2 Protoss. Yeah, there it is. Exclamation mark SE Evo in the chat. And you get a link to the Patreon for StarCraft Evolution, as it is actively being worked upon, actively being balanced. Maps are actively being ported over as well. Very passionate team working behind the scenes to maintain the mod and to maintain just everything around it. So much love to those working behind the scenes when it comes to creating assets, balancing the game, and of course porting over maps. And much love. I know there's a very dedicated team working behind the scenes. But here we go. We're getting to the ace match, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the red Protoss player representing Hokago T-Team being forced, or actually forcing the ace match. Can he keep going? As we're setting up for another cannon rush, it is Rake. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the StarCraft 2 Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy, being forced into the ace match. Can he hold? Can he defend? It is Shameless. And you can see Shameless is already on patrol. He is now aware of his opponent. Again, Rake, he has cannon rushed 2 games in a row now, and now he's coming in for the 3rd cannon rush. This time Shameless, he is ready mentally, physically, and we'll see if he's able to pull the boys in time. We'll see if he's able to deny and punish the cannon rush. Is it a re-wall? Yeah, it's a wall off. He goes for his own forge. And we spoke about this. How do you shut down a cannon rush in PvP? You go for your own cannon rush. So defensive forge, a full wall off as well. He can throw down his own cannons and he can secure his own main. So it's going to be a much more difficult task here for Rake as he has to try to cannon rush up into the main base, up the ramp. Cybercore has been thrown down. Here comes the cannon rush. Here comes a proxy. Now the cannons, they are within range of the pylon, but we could always throw down a second pylon behind this. There we go, defensive cannons on the way. Gas is being taken. This gas, guys, it tells us most likely Rake is going to go and tech up into his Cybercore, into Dragoons, or into his own Stargates. We'll see. We'll see where he does take us. Is the same team doing the work with the Warcraft mod as well? Different teams, different mods. But yes, there is Warcraft 3 Evolution. There's also StarCraft Evolution. 2 different teams are working on those, just as a heads up. We do cast both of those mods on the channel. But different teams. And so far, the Zealot is on the way. We have the initial Proxy Zealot. Proxy Cybercore as well, committing with everything proxied here. I feel like it's a little bit risky for the Cybercore to be proxied as well, but never mind. More gates on the way, so this is going to be for Proxy Dragoon. You can see that Shameless, he does hold the line for the time being, going for his own second gateway. And Shameless setting up for his own proxy across the map. He does scout, does confirm the gases. Checking Shameless's vision, he's aware of the gateways. He is aware, and he's going for his own Twilight Council follow-up, not Robo. Now, it is very common in PvP when you're up against a Dragoon-based composition to go into Robo into Immortal production. Immortals are very robust, and they can trade quite well against Dragoons. In head-on fights, you can definitely, I mean, Dragoons, they are tankier than Stalkers. They're less mobile, but they have more range. So I do favor this position here for Rake, as the Dragoons that have arrived, they're forcing their way in. Getting a lot of hits up. Shameless, he's in trouble. Stalker's taking a lot of damage. Oh my god, at the same time, Dragoon's also taking a lot of hits. Shield battery on the way. Getting into one base blink. And again, he can warp in across the map. He can at least try to. But now, though, his main base is still under fire. And I do worry here for Shameless. As that Dragoon kind of is building up. First Dragoon goes down. Nice big up. Dragoon does fall. The cannon holding its own. Shield battery is done. Shameless, he's holding quite well here. Has the shield batteries that's still trying to support as well. Likewise, Dragoon taking a lot of damage. Cannon is under fire. Yeah, Shameless, he's holding on. It's just far too difficult here for the Dragoons to actually force their way up the ramp. It's just not good enough. Choke point is brutal. The reduced surface area as well. Yeah, the cannon does fall. Takes down both cannons. Shameless is shutting this down. Remember, he can warp in across the map, and there it is. He warps in 2 Stalkers across the map as well. He can threaten the mineral lines. Rake, he's not safe. He's not safe back at home. He's supply blocked as well. Brutal supply block. Pylons on the way. Again, the SimCity working against Rake here. He just can't engage with the Dragoons. It's just far too congested. Again, he's trying to poke in. He has no high ground vision. Proxy Robo's on the way. Oh god, and then yeah, the Dragoons, they just take so many free hits. So much free damage. Warp in does complete. 4 Stalkers into the main, and there's nothing at home to defend. And remember, there is no recall. There is no recall for Rake, as recall in Brood War is a very different kind of spell. Yeah, his probes are going down. There's no defenses back at home. Reiki has to commit. It's all or nothing, pushing off the ramp into a massive concave of Stalkers. And he will lose every single Dragoon. Dragoons are going down one after the other. GG gets called, and Shameless will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the round of 16. GG. Whew. GG, well played with that. Shameless, he will claim the series. Very intense cannon rush here. And again, shout out to Rake, because Rake, he did fight for it. He did, of course, make a series out of this. He was able to overwhelm Shameless in that second game. But here in game 3, we saw that the cannon rush left much to be desired, the proxy at least. There was a lot of DPS, there was a lot of firepower. But again, as you mentioned, Shameless had a much stronger response this time. Hard countering, going for his own forge, his own defensive cannons, his own concave on top of the ramp, of course, as well. I was concerned that he was still going to be overwhelmed by the Dragoons, but alas, he held well. Did hold well. GG. GG, well played. With that, Shameless, he will claim the series, will advance on, and the question becomes, who is waiting for him in the next round? Exclamation mark, be in the chat to catch up on the bracket yourselves, as I'm ready. I'm excited. A player that I'm a big fan of here, as Shameless, he will advance on into the round 16 to face off against Bratok. Let's go. He's going to be going up against a Terran opponent, but we have some other updates here. Okay, from the top, we have Kneehead. He does get the walkover over Zardiant, but he does go down to Dark. Dark does claim the 2-0 here, advancing on into the next round, where he's up against the STC in a Korean versus Korean matchup in a random versus Terran, as Dark does play random in StarCraft Evolution, for those who are unaware. Scrolling down, we have Bratok. Waiting for the winner of the previous series. So Bratok is up against Shameless in the round 16. We have Killian. Top is up against MinoVK, also another Terran versus Protoss. Scrolling down, we have Wayne versus Art. Art takes down Kot 2-1. Big win there for Art, as that was a spicy PVZ. Again, shout out to Kot, who did just go down. So Wayne versus Art. Meanwhile, we have YoungYakov versus Rebellion, also mid-series. We have 3Point up against Mangrustle, and we have Gerald up against Pro. Oh boy. So quite a solid lineup here. We have our round of 16 underway, and of course, we're going to be following Shameless into his next opponent, into Bratok. Beautiful. Going to be following that into that next round, into that PVT. As vetoes are underway. Just letting them know. How does race rules work? One race, free to switch between 1 and 2. As we already mentioned, the way that race rules work here is loser's pick, and it is always brutal versus SE2. So, for example, in the previous series, when Shameless would lose, then he'd be able to pick if he wants to go for SE2 or Brood War. You know, he would pick and choose which one he would want. It would be on the losing player to decide. When it comes to the first starting map, pick, it is player A. So whoever's on top, the player on top on the brackets, they get to decide, they get to choose. So player A is the initial deciding player. And then losers pick from there. Should go to Reaver. Yeah, it is a little more common to go like proxy, like Robo, proxy Stargate follow-ups. The problem there is that it does take a long time for that to really come online. You'd have to commit to more cannons to really solidify that that contain. Like, you'd have to like properly, and I would say that the cannons were a little bit too close for that sort of thing, because as you saw, they were being attacked from the high ground. So it probably required a different kind of setup here. But I do agree. I was expecting to see something like either proxy Stargate or proxy Robo. I mean, we saw a Robo towards the end, but it was a little bit too late for that sort of thing. A little bit too late. Regardless, GG well played. And again, our next matchup is going to be that Terran versus Protoss. We're going to be going on a short break here. And when we come back, we'll have that next series. We'll have that Terran versus Protoss, or at least we should. Free to make Zerg Protoss Terran. Yes, I suppose. I mean, I say I suppose. As you can see, like, you can't freely pick Terran, Protoss, or Zerg, just because, as you can see on the bracket, actually I'll zoom in a little bit, you lock in which race you're gonna be playing for SE2 and for Brood War. So you can see that you can pick and choose. So for for Nehead, you can see Protoss 1 and Protoss 2. That means Protoss for Brood War and Protoss for SC2. Like that, he's locked in. That's what he's going to be playing whenever he plays those races or those modes of games. For Zardiant, he is locked in as Brood War Protoss, but SC2 Terran. You can see Protoss 1, Terran 2. But you pick ahead of time. You can't like switch between mid-series. You lock in what race you're going to be playing ahead of time. That's why you have all the races next to the player names. But with that, we're going to be going on that short break. When we come back, we'll have a next series. So we'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. See you soon. Can we talk about GSL qualifiers? We're going to be casting replays. Or most likely we'll be casting replays. We'll cast the GSL replays. Soon TM. Soon TM. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the second match of the broadcast. Welcome back to the StarCraft Evolution League number 10. Welcome to our TVP. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have our yellow Terran player. We have a yellow Terran representing Team StarCom. It is Bratok. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the StarCraft 2 Protoss, the blue Protoss, representing Team Little Fairy. It is a Shameless. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our Terran versus Protoss. Here we go. Again, Bratok, I would say, has been very quickly rising up the ranks when it comes to the StarCraft Evolution Terran scene. I think I would still place him below Quanta and below Spirit, but still quite comparable, I would say. So quite comparable in skill. Coming into this, I'll say that Bratok is the favorite player, favorite to make a deep run in this tournament. We'll see if he can be stopped. We'll see how Shameless compares. Shameless is a player that we haven't actually covered too much of in StarCraft Evolution. He's a little bit less experienced. He does have less matches in this mode of StarCraft, in this kind of tournament scene and tournament series. So we'll see how Shameless does compare and if he can keep up with Bratok. Let's go. First things first, we do have an economic opener here. Rax expand out of our Terran player. SCV scout across the map, but likewise Shameless also moves out with his own scouts, going for his own Gate Cyber into, I would imagine, expansion. Never mind, setting up for a proxy, setting up for some shenanigans. Okay, so a more aggressive start out of our Protoss, and again, I was gonna say economic, going Rax into factory here from Bratok initially. SCV scout dips in. He does confirm the initial setup, but hold up, where is the second pylon? Still gonna be searching, still checking in. Yeah, safety bunkers on the way. He does recognize, hold up, the pylon is missing. And Bratok taking it very seriously. Does set up defensively back at home. Is going to be proxy Stargate out of Shameless. He's crazy, going proxy Void Ray. At least I would imagine. Proxy Void Ray with some shield batteries. We'll see if Shameless does set up on low ground. He does poke up the ramp. He does confirm the bunker. Does confirm the Marines. What are we going for? Oracle. Oh, he sees! He scouts. Yeah, big scout here from Bratok. He does confirm what's going on. He is aware. eBay is on the way. That'll be for turrets. So he does respond, does react with an eBay. Shameless is expanding. He's not committing here with shield batteries. This may just be proxy Oracle. Just proxy Oracle to harass into his own natural base. Yep, there it is, Oracle. Oracle's on the way. Bratok, he does respond. Going into his own vulture production, is going into mech. So spider mines are being researched. Vultures will eventually break out. He can, of course, lift his racks to break out. You cannot lift and land depots, of course. They're stationary. But you can lift and land the racks. So again, Brutal Terran, they have their own different walls that they can work with. Oracle dips in. Oracle force back. No damage. No major damage. Bratok does defend quite nicely here, and he's going for his own proxy. Oh, proxy second factory. Going double factory, mass vulture. Going for a spider mine into, I would imagine, ion thrusters. Yeah, there we go. Ion thrusters on the way. That is vulture speed. So it's going mass vulture. Vultures are breaking out. They set up their spider mines. Oh. There they just set up. Massive connections. Adepts are going down. Two adepts do fall. Nice cleanup here from Bratok, and again he's massing up vultures across the map. Back at him, Shameless throws down some safety shield batteries. Shield batteries on the way. How many gates? Getting up to a 2-gate setup. 2-gate into Twilight Council. Oracles race back home, and the vultures are amassing. They're fanning out. Now Bratok, he's expanding behind this. He's going for a CC on location. But that's still going to be a lot of vultures. They're being focused down. He gets one. It's one vulture so far. Proxy's under fire. More vultures are amassing. Now, when it comes to spider mines, bearing in mind, spider mines do not trigger on probes. Workers do count as hovering units, and they count as not being able to trigger spider mines. They can still be hit by the splash damage of a spider mine. So if a spider mine triggers on a unit, and the unit does run into a mineral line, then they can still pop off. But here we go, vultures, they do try to rush in. Stalker in position, shield battery as well. They head for the mineral line, and they can one-shot. Yeah, 3 vultures, they can one-shot probes. They get 1, they get 2, they get 3. 3 probes going down, but only 3. Only 3 workers. Nice defense here from Shameless. Shameless rushing into a third base as well. Very greedy. And without vultures, these Marines are exposed. And not enough support here. The Marines are going to be going down. More vultures rallying in. They can try to cut off this area with spider mines. They bust into the mineral line, but alas, yeah, the oracles, they will clean this up. They're running out of energy though. Oracles are running out, throwing down more spider mines. Oh, spider mines in the main. They will trigger. Oof. Keeping up here with the stalker. Also, I said 3 vultures, my apologies. 2 vultures, they one-shot. And you have to be so careful here with these stalkers. Oh my god. Oh no! The stalker! Oh my god. Yeah, the splash damage is brutal. 10 probes go down in total. That was an extra 4 probes towards the end. As we mentioned, mines, they trigger on units, not on workers. So be so careful with your movement. As with that, Shameless will clear this up. Behind this, Blathel getting his own 3rd CC on location, massing up additional vultures, going for a 3rd factory. Is being cleaned up. More vultures rallying out. More vultures do rally. For the most part, Shameless, he's holding on. Blink is now done. Vultures trying to force their way through. Oh my god. Yeah, Stalkers, they take a lot of hits, a lot of damage. But the vultures, they do not gain ground. They do not bust into the mineral line. Not this time. Oh my god. Yeah, detection has arrived. And Shameless will hold. Shameless will hold till defend, and Blathok from here has to calm down. At this point, the aggression has failed, or the aggression has subsided. Checking the units lost here, it was 14 vultures for 17 probes. That was a brutal trade. On the one hand, yes, a lot of workers went down, but alas, so many vultures. And from here, we're shifting gears into tank production. Siege mode is being researched. We have machine shops on the way, getting into more tanks. So Blathok, he's starting to transition out of this into a more robust mech composition. Vultures are still being active. As I say that though, we have Revelations, we have the Observer. Shameless, he's cleaning up and shutting down all these mines. So we'll clean up all the mines. So here we go. Shameless keeping up with those vultures, forcing them back. Shameless going for another 4th expansion. But yes, as other people have been pointing out, we will be covering the GSL qualifiers via replays. So we got you covered with the replay cast. Don't you worry. So we are setting up. Likewise, Stalkers have to work through a minefield. Oh. As tanks are set. Again, the tank count is slowly building up, but Atok is trying to turtle up. He is attempting to turtle. Oh my god, that's been brutal. Oh, the brutal connections! Shameless, calm down. He blinks in into mines. Ay, ay, ay. Patience, get out of here. Oh no. The patience blink. Gotta respect the mines, baby. Respect the mines. As Blathok holds. Blathok does hold on. He does claim his 3rd base. Now setting up for a 4th. Going for his own starport setup into mass tank vulture, at least initially. Vulture still fanning out. Getting cleaned up. Shameless is keeping up back at home defensively, but back at home for Blathok, he is secure. Like, there's now no more pressure. No more stalkers across the map. The proxy has been found. And when it comes to the army composition, Shameless is still sticking with Mass Stalker. We do have the Dark Shrine just now completing as well, getting into DTs to harass. From here, we can also go into Charge. Charge is now done, so a Mass Gateway composition. We do typically expect to see Charge lots alongside Archons and Immortals against Mech. That can trade quite well, but no Immortal production yet. Just still a Gateway composition for Shameless. Still just a Gateway army. Blink being researched for the DTs. Blink is on the way. More mines being set up. Again, Shameless has to be so careful here, and thankfully he does have plenty of oracles and observers. Has plenty of detection. Scan into the main. Doesn't see much here. Again, it's still just a gateway army. Bratok just trying to confirm. If there's ever going to be a Skytoss transition, then Bratok has to be ready for it. I believe he already makes a couple of blind Goliaths. Yeah, a couple of blind Goliaths, just in case. Goliath is stationed here in the main. Yep, zoning away the Prism. Oh my god, speaking of, Prism goes down. And nice setup there from Bratok. Shuts down the Warp Prism. Can I focus on the main fight? Oh! Oh my god. Spider-Man goes off. Late reaction from Shameless. Yeah, brutal late reaction. As you saw, like, you can actually focus down the Widow Mines, sorry, the Spider Mines before they connect, as they do uproot initially. Speaking of, oh no! Oh my god. Whew. Just have to make sure you're on A move. And you can see Shameless does focus down those Spider Mines in time. They are targetable. You know, Bratok setting up his siege line. Shameless just clearing up the minefields, clearing up the rest of the map. Oracle setting up their own minefield is so true. The counter mines, the stasis traps. I mean, there are a lot of stasis traps on the map, actually. So not going to be the easiest move out here from Bratok. But Bratok is secure on 4 bases. Getting to his own science vessel. His own mobile detection. Goliaths are amassing. And now here we go, double Robo, double Immortal production. That's what we're waiting for here from Shameless. So mass gateway army now into Immortals. From here into Archon production as well. These are Archons morphed in by DTs, by Dark Templar. I would say that now that Shameless is maxed out, he should be switching into Skytoss, or at least getting ready for air upgrades, a fleet beacon, instead going into a base, so he's committing to a ground-based composition. So Shameless, he's not taking up. As Bratok, he breaks out. At least he attempts to. Yeah, Vultures once again setting up their minefields. They do break free on the right-hand side. Shameless trying to keep up with those charge slots. Oh my god. Use it up. Likewise, racing on past. They do get some damage, nothing major here. This is just kind of trying to distract Shameless. Just distracting, trading out Vultures. Again, they're quite cheap. Getting eyes on the bases. Setting up all the spider mines. Ah, but there's no way out of this. There's no way out of this. And Vultures are all going to go down. Behind this, more tanks on the way. Again, my biggest concern typically when it comes to this mech composition is the lack of anti-air. But remember, Shameless, he's not switching into the air. There we go. Stargate is down the way. This is late, but at least it's coming. We have +1 air attack and a Stargate into a fleet beacon. But is this too late? Because here comes Bratok. Here we go. He's maxed out. Big on siege. Does send it right down middle, right down the center, right down mid. Shameless trying to reposition. Spider-Man's being set up. That is going to be a lot of charge lots. A lot of charge lots on the right hand side. Soldiers are clearing off the minefield, but we have more spider mines on the way. Now, bearing in mind that Zealots, they can force friendly fire, they can drag mines into the tanks. And we just go for the base trade. And he just ignores. Okay, he just ignores the main army. I mean, that's a lot of tanks. So we go for the base trade instead, clearing up all the mines. Defense matrix here on the tank. Does go for the Matrix, trying to hold on. Oh my god, the splash damage though. Yeah, Zealots are all going down. Oh my god, they break through the first line of tanks though. And the second line also under fire at the same time, but Bratok forcing his way into the natural. Pushing on in, take down the Robos. Robos are under fire. Bratok, he will lose his third. At the same time though, Shameless losing his natural. And there's still more mines behind this, more tanks, more reinforcements. Throwing down more spider mines. As many as he can, trying to buy some time. Oh my god. Shots going off. Bratok, where do we go from here? Do we push up into the main? The main is still exposed. We got to keep going. Leaving the army idle. There we go. Now moving in. Tanks are on the high ground. Massive shots going off. And Bratok, he will hold on to his main. The main base will be secure. Meanwhile, it's a little bit messy here when it comes, there we go, when it comes to pushing into the main. Starter steps in. This is late. We have defensive DTs, but we have detection. Yeah, the science vessels with the main army. Stargate goes down. Likewise, scan here against the other defensive DTs. Again, the main is secure for Bratok. Forces his way in. We have more zealots warping in across the map. The main will fall. Shameless still has bottom right and top left, and he's throwing down a wall of extra gateways. Cybercores warping in more DTs. Shameless still has an economy. Shameless has a massive bank to work with, but he is losing all of his tech in his production. Now again, as we saw, this is a little bit late. It's like it was a messy base raid from Bratok. He was focusing a lot defending back at home, so it was a delayed assault into the main. And Shameless, he does race back home. He turns back around. Oh my god, brutal connections. Again, he's running through the minefield. Oh no, the minefield! Oh god, the Souths, yeah, they're all going to go down. Brutal connections, pushing into the tanks. They will lose everything here. The Stalkers, the Immortals. DTs are coming from behind, but last there is that science vessel. And Shameless, he will lose everything. GG gets called, and Bratok, he will take the game. He will take a lead in the series. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Shameless getting a little bit impatient towards the end there, getting a little bit impatient. I do think that he was doing a better job at sniping bases, at killing the third and pushing into the natural, but he could not break the main base as there was just a wall of tanks waiting on top of the ramp, and unfortunately he just had a really hard time racing back home. There were just state traps. There were spider mines all over the place. Oh. And GG. GG, well played. And with that, it looks like, a little bit unfortunate here. We have some updates on the brackets. What I mean by that is that it looks like Shameless, something has come up, which might explain why we saw Shameless actually be quite impatient towards the end of that game. Unfortunately, he can no longer compete. So do hope everything's okay. Do hope everything's okay and there's nothing serious going on. But Shameless, he is giving the walkover to Bratok, and in the end, Bratok, he will advance on into the next round to face off against Kiwian, aka Top. Let's go. Let's catch up on the brackets. Let's catch up on the rest of the tournament here. Okay, from the top, we have Dark versus the SDC, still ongoing in a random versus Terran. So best of luck to the two players as they do face off. Bratok, he gets the walkover over Shameless. Again, it is an unfortunate result here. Again, hopefully everything's okay. You know, much love to Shameless, much love. Did play well for himself. And again, he's a little bit less experienced in StarCraft Evolution, but did hold his own regardless. Again, Bratok, he advances on the face off against Top as Kiwian takes down Minivk 2-0. So we have Kiwian versus Bratok in a TBT. Scrolling down, Wayne takes down Art 2-1. Went to the ace match. YoungYakov takes down Rebellion 2-1. We have a ZVZ between Wayne and YoungYakov. That is a rematch of the Firegrow Cup finals that we covered this morning. So they do lock in battle once again. Scoring down, 3-point takes down Mang Russell 2-1. Impressive that Mang Russell took a game. I was favoring 3-point there, but did go all the way to the ace match. Gerald takes down Prome 2-1, and we have our top 8. We have our top 8 players. Actually, hold on. There we go. Make this a little bit cleaner here. We have our top 8. We have Dark, the SDC, Bratok, Kiwian, Wayne, YoungYakov, and Gerald, and 3-point. Let's go. So we do have our top 8 players. They do rise up. They do step into the ring, and we have our next series again. We're going to be following Bratok into that TBT. Let's go. Let us go as we do just quickly set up the match and get things going. Meanwhile, if you want to tune into some of these other matches, I believe Wayne versus YoungYakov should be casted by Bob Mioja. I believe Bob Mioja is also casting in English. I know that he was covering YoungYakov versus Rebellion in the previous round, so most likely he's following that into Wayne. Most likely, I'm assuming he's following that match. catching up. Do enemy vultures trigger spider mines? As was stated in the chat, vultures, they count as hovering units. There's a set amount of units that count as hovering, and spider mines don't trigger on them. There we go, just catching up. Brutal, Pappy. GG. Yes, brutal, Pappy. Brutal. But with that, we are going to be wrapping up. Sorry, I should say we're going to be going on a short break. Vetoes are underway as Blatok and Kiwian are currently conducting said vetoes, and once they are done, we'll be jumping into our first quarterfinals match. We're kind of nearing towards the end of the broadcast, so we're going to be covering the quarterfinals into semis, into grand finals thereafter. So we'll see you guys soon after the break. See you soon, man. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely Brood War OST as we've returned. We've returned here with our first quarterfinals match with our Terran versus Terran. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sylphid, we have the blue Terran player, the SC2 Terran from South Korea. It is Kiwian, aka TOP. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brood War Terran player, the red Terran himself, representing Team StarCom. It is Bratok. We go. Just need one moment here to set up our player names and our colors. Bam, there we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVT, as we jump into Sylphid. Sylphid, a map that has been in the tournament map pool from the beginning, I want to say. It's been around for a very, very long time. Do appreciate the consistency here with Sylphid, as this is a 3-player spawn map. For those that are curious, for those that maybe have not watched StarCraft Evolution, this is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, and the top side of the map as well. So we have 3 possible spawn locations. Likewise, workers are fanning out, looking for said opponent. And coming into this, I'll be honest, it's going to be a hard one to call. Both Kiwian and Bratok, I would say, are very comparable in skill. I might lean a little bit towards Kiwian, but even then, like, only a little bit. I would not be surprised if this goes to the ace match, I'll be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes all the way to game 3. I've got a lot of expectations here, a lot of hype behind both players. So let's go. As I'm leaning towards mech once again. I mean, Bratok, he does often embrace mech when playing Brood or Terran. So racks into his own factory. Bratok, he does scouts. He does confirm the location of his opponent. Double gas into a faster factory. More aggressive start here from Kiwian. Meanwhile, more economic start from Bratok, going for his own faster CC on location. So we're setting up. Of course, Kiwian, he does instantly scout Bratok. He is aware. He is aware of his spawn location. Like his Marines, nice auto stepping, nice control, shuts down the Reaper, but the Reaper does get away, whew, just barely. Reaper pulls out. As Marines, they will zone away. You know, no surprise here, Spider-Mine's being researched again, and we're going into Vultures, into Mech, from the side of Bratok. Meanwhile, Kiwian, what are we going for? Do we get into Mech versus Mech? For now, we have a safety Cyclone on the way, getting his own natural base on location. We're still building up into a 1-1-1 proxy starport. Now, this could be for a medevac to drop into the main, or this could be initially proxy liberator to siege up in the main base to get economic damage, while we also have a ground army like Cyclones threatening the natural. So we got options. I'm leaning towards liberator, but regardless, both are available here. Kiwian being aggressive, Kiwian proxying. And here we go. The Cyclone does move out. Cyclone moving out across the map. Vultures trying to set up defensively back at home. Spider-Mans are on the way. We do get the lock-on though. Lock-on is broken. Lock-on is broken. Oh my god. Wait, never mind. I assumed it was going to be Proxy Liberator, but no, it's going to be Proxy BC. The Fusion Core is on the way. The Tech Lab is done, and battle cruisers are coming. Meanwhile, we just see Bratok. He is fanning out across the map. He is searching through the center, but not checking the edges here. He is unaware of what's coming his way. And I'll be honest, this can end the game. This can straight up end the game. The reasoning for this, as you can imagine, is anti-air is limited here. There is no anti-air. We have vultures. We have vultures, and we have more vultures. We have a couple of Marines, I suppose, but Marines, they're going to tickle those BCs. Oh, no. So Proxy BC is just a way to end the game. And Bratok, with this scout, he will confirm that the starport is missing. So he will soon realize that something is wrong. That something is not quite right. Armory's on the way. Going for his own vulture drop. And I'm still quite concerned here. Bratok, he does open up Ray, so he'll have some anti-air. There we go. Rax does scout the main. Does scouts. You can see he's trying to figure out what's going on. He does go behind the mineral line. He confirms there's nothing here. Nothing behind the mineral line. The Rax is being targeted down. At the same time, vulture drop here into the natural. I mean, again, he will at least have a Wraith that will help. Vultures download. They do drop off. Setting up those mines. Mines are being set. They pick up, they get the hell out of here. The first BC has arrived, and there is a second Wraith on the way. But the BC is here to end it. He's here to wreak havoc, to take over the main base. SCV is going to be going down. The boys have to pull the hell away. Yeah, they have to get out of here. Likewise, from here we can't make anything. I said we can't make any Goliaths. For those that are curious, a prerequisite of Goliath is the armory. So you have to make the armory first. So there's no Goliath production. Wraiths, they come in, but they're so fragile. They get a couple of shots off, but only a couple, and we just came to the production. We just camped the main, zero mining in the main base. Going for the control tower. Opens his night cloak. Armory is still not done. Oh, and cloak is going to be tonight. Massive pickup. Here comes a mass repair. Oh, okay. Does repair in time. He still will lose 9 SCVs though. Meanwhile, vultures drop into the main. Oh, dropship goes down. Down goes the dropship. Down go the vultures. Meanwhile, BC is going to be forced out. And in the end, Bratok, he holds at a cost of 10 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. And here comes the second BC. Yamada's done. Yamada's done. Takes down one of the race. Goliath production has finally begun as the armory has completed. But this is still brutal damage. Still very brutal. The first BC did get the hell out of there. Second one has arrived. Focusing down as many SCVs as possible. He needs more time for the Goliaths. Oh god. And that's going to be what? 6, 7 SCV kills. The Wraith is going to go down. There's his teleport away. BC survives. And Kiwian, he's ahead. He's in a very comfortable position here going into mech. Going into battle mech, I should say. We have mech with accelerators on the way. You can see Bratok, he's looking for the proxy. No, he misses it. He's looking though. And he won't quite find it. Barely does miss a proxy. A third battle cruiser is on the way. There we go. He does find it, but I believe the BC should pop out in time. As here we go. Kiwian does push out towards the left-hand side. BC does hit the natural. And Bratok is just being pulled apart. Now there's 3 BCs on the map. 3 battle cruisers. Goliaths are online. Doing what they can. Oh, dragging the army in, but how the spider mines are dealt with, the boys being pulled. Yamada is popping up. And with that, Kiwian, he's done it. He has done it. He has broken the back of Bratok. Getting into the main base, pushing into the natural. GG gets called, and Kiwian will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Does take game 1, does take lead in the series. Again, all over the back of the proxy BC. As you saw, and just to reiterate once again, anti-air for mech in Brood War, it takes quite a while to really get into it. If you don't scout ahead of time, if you don't realize you need it ahead of time, then it can be quite difficult to transition into Goliath production just because you need that armory. So because that, as we saw, I mean, there was just no anti-air. The first BCs were wreaking havoc, doing critical damage, getting 10 SCVs, and of course the Yamato follow-up was brutal. So a very cheeky build there by Kiwian. GG. GG, well played. With that, that leads us here into game number 2, and we'll see if Bratok can fight back and make a series out of this. I want to believe he can, but we just haven't seen Bratok in a standard back and forth mid game. Not yet. He has not gotten there yet. So we are getting ready, and we are setting up. As looks like we have some other updates here. Looks like Wayne takes down YoungYakov 2-0. Wayne is in the lower semifinals. Dark takes down the SCC 2-0 as well. And we have Dark and Wayne in their respective semifinal matches. Question becomes, who will face off against them? We still have 2 more matches. We have another update, 3-point. 3-point takes down Gerald 2-0. Oh. And lower semis is about to begin. go. So we're getting into game 2. But yes, Wayne versus 3-point is about to begin. There is a ZVZ going on as 3-point takes down Gerald 2-0. And of course, we're going to be following this series into the upper semis. Let's go. I don't know if both semis are being held. I do not know. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Vermeer, we have our Brood War Terran player. Oh, as we have switch races. Hold on. We have a Brood War Terran. We have our South Korean Terran player leading the series 1-0. It is Kiwian. I got you. Bam. Beautiful. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Red Terran player, the StarCraft 2 Terran for Team Starcom. It is Braddock. Here we go. And again, Kiwian does take the 1-0 lead with a very cheeky game 1, going for the proxy BC. Again, unfortunately, unscattered, right? It was unscattered. Braddock, he realized something was wrong. He was scouring the map, but alas, barely did miss the initial proxy. Was unable to scout ahead of time and react ahead of time either. From here, though, CC first. Ooh, very greedy build here by Kiwian. And also welcome one and all to Vermeer. This is one of the relatively newer maps to the tournament map pool. I mean, at least compared to Sylphid, I should say. We do have a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, top right, and top left. So the greedy build here makes sense. It is risky. Your opponent could proxy in the center and could cheese the hell out of you. But Kiwian, he throws caution to the wind. He does go CC first into what looks to be 3-rack stim. Oh boy, a build that has been nerfed quite heavily over the past like 3 months. I want to say that this build has been addressed in a lot of different ways when it comes to nerfs to stim timing, to the medic, to the bio upgrades as well. I mean, there's just been a lot that's been done to try to hinder this. But regardless, it is still a build that can of course wreak havoc and can come into play. Braddock does scout. Braddock, he confirms. He sees everything. He sees the 3-rack setup. He is aware of the stim timing. He is aware, and we'll see how Braddock will deal with this. Oh boy. We shall see. Also, good morning, Visionary. Good morning. Buenos dias. Buenos dias. For those who are curious, as I mentioned, the stim timing was increased, or I should say the stim upgrade was increased when it comes to how long it would take to research, so it takes longer to get underway. Likewise, the medic, I believe its healing rate was reduced. I believe the hailing attack priority was increased as well. The medic, I want to say, has less HP. Like there's just been so many changes to brutal bio over the past, I want to say, again, like 2 months at this point. Trying to address this. Despite that, still a very powerful build, still a very powerful timing, and we'll see what Kiwian can accomplish with this. Again, here comes that academy, here comes that stim. Here we go. As for now, we do have our 1-1-1 setup here from Braddock. Getting to his 1-1-1. Getting his tanks underway. Likewise, Kiwian building up his own Marines and medics. Now, for those who are curious regarding this 3-rack stim timing here, it does hit even harder than in StarCraft 2. In StarCraft 2, this would just be Marines. It would just be pure Marine with stim. But in Brood War, we have medic support already. Like, the medics add just so much more power and so much more strength to this build and to this timing, as the medics are here to support. The medics, they have arrived. Securing himself back at home. He has his already early tank. The tank is set up. Bunker as well. Let's get into the main. Does get eyes on the 1-1-1. So far, standard opener here from our StarCraft 2 Terran. And I'll be honest, I don't really see a world where, I was gonna say I don't really see a world where Kiwian can break this position. Technically, he can try to tank the tank shot with his medics and try to stim on top of that tank. It's not gonna be easy though. Yeah, he scans, he sees a tank, he sees a bunker. There's no breaking this, and Kiwian, he pulls away. Does pull away. He wants none of that, and the game continues. So from here, Kiwian, he is committed into bio, going into further biomarine upgrades. And I look forward to seeing our teeth into the mid game here. It's something that we just haven't seen yet so far in today's broadcast. I mean, I suppose we got there with Shameless versus Bratok, to be fair. But I look forward to getting to the mid game here. We're getting into ghost production as well. Ghosts are amazing when it comes to TBT, and it's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen Mass Lock-On. I miss it, Babby. I miss it. I miss it quite dearly. Give me my ghosts. If we had Hon Mono, he'd be all over that. True, true. Feels Honj Mono, man. But now, Kiwian, he does have the control of the ramp. Does have control of the ramp. Likewise, behind this, building up. Getting to his own science facility. Getting to his own biotank. Meanwhile, it is going to be straight up mech here from Bratok. No surprises. We saw mech out of Bratok when it came to Brood War Terran, when it comes to SC2 Terran as well. Do you see attempted Raven harass from our red Terran player? He's being active. Likewise, delaying the CC. Gets a couple of SCVs. Nothing major. And the game will slow down. The game does slow down from here. To have Kiwian setting up for his third base. Likewise, Bratok should be doing the same. Getting his own third. Marines in position to scout, to deny. And Bratok even already going into earlier Liberator production. Okay. It's going tank lib. Looking to break out. Of course, Interference Matrix is going to be a major part of this composition as well. With that Raven support, he can disable the opposing tanks. He can break through these siege lines. That's also where Ghosts come into play, where they also have a similar role with their lockdowns. Very similar. COVID Ops on the way. Am I correct? Is the COVID Ops add-on a new visual? I've never noticed it, if not. But I appreciate it nonetheless. As we should be getting ready for, I believe, lockdown upgrades. If I'm not mistaken. Now we're being active. We have initial science vessels on the way. For that support, a defense matrix. Liberator gets spotted. Kiwian gonna chase him down. Nice pickoffs, nice outer stepping. Shuts down the Liberator. Meanwhile, there it is. Ghost production has begun, as we mentioned. And yep, as we mentioned, there is the lockdown. So lockdown is being researched. For those that are maybe unfamiliar or unaware, lockdown is, I would say, the equivalent of Brood War Interference Matrix, the disable that SE2 Ravens have. Of course, there are differences in how they're implemented. Lockdown doesn't just disable the abilities of your opponent's units, but also actually locks them down in place. Does root them in place. Not mistaken. There we go. Looks new. Yeah, it looks new. I missed it on the patch notes, if that's the case. Maybe I just never noticed. Maybe I never noticed the visual. It's true that I haven't casted many StarCraft Evolution TVTs in recent times. But here we go. Tanks are sieging up. We have our tank lines. We have our additional tank lines. Again, so far, Kiwian picking off a straight tank. Not bad. Likewise, back at home, he does defend. There was another Liberator. Siege lines are being drawn. But Bratok, he will have air control. So Bratok, he will have the Viking Liberator advantage over his opponent. Meanwhile, we do see Kiwian with his own bio support, with his own ghost advantage. I mean, well, here we go. He does break out. Yeah, it does commit. Mass disable on the tanks. Does go for the defense matrix. Not bad. Brings a stim in. They tank a lot of shots. Yeah, here come the lock-ons. Tanks, they get shut down. And the one tank here of Kiwian, can he hold the line? He cannot. Oh, he cannot. Tank does fall, but Kiwian holds. He does hold the choke point. Again, was able to barely lock on in time, but Liberation has arrived. And Bratok is forcing his way through. As there is no answer to the Liberators. Bratok, he claims the fight. Checking the trades here, only one ghost went down, so the ghost army was preserved for the most part. Was preserved. Oh, he's crazy. Oh. Tries to stem in. But the tanks are sieged. Tanks, they do siege up. More ghosts amassing. Oh, getting under Liberators. He gets one. Gets one lib. Yeah, Bratok leaving his army unattended. Does leave the army. Kiwian behind this getting a fourth. So he's getting up to his 4-base saturation. Still holding onto the ramp. Remember, there is mischance. So Kiwian, he has the high ground, but Liberation has arrived once again. Oh, going for the tank. Yeah, takes down the tank, takes down the other as well. Oh, God. Yeah, Kiwian forced to push into the tank line. And he bleeds out a lot of bio. There's one tank left for Kiwian. And Bratok is overwhelming. And he may have mischance, but he has a massive line of tanks. He shuts down the tank regardless, forcing his way through. Kiwian, he's in trouble. Behind this, he has one tank to defend. Kiwian getting into Optic Flare. Not sure if that's going to come into play. Kiwian, his one chance here is to try to catch his army on siege. I mean, of course, he can also mass lockdown. Trying to rush past. Bratok taking it slow. Slow and steady here. That's Bratok, he gets his own fourth. Marines, they catch transferring SCVs, not bad. SCVs are going down. Catching up the Hellions. They're going for a flank. So the goal here is that Kiwian, he's trying to force Bratok back home. And it works. Not bad. Does force the unsiege, does force him back home. He's going for the base, going for the middle line. These SCVs are exposed. The army sims in. The CC is going to fall. We do have the mech army coming in from behind. And he does get the command center. Does not get the SCVs though. Oh, never mind, he does. Oh, Jesus. 13 SCVs. 13 workers go down. And Kiwian, he does buy time. He does alleviate that pressure. 2 tanks that were left behind. Now he can stim in. Yeah, he shuts down the tanks. Takes down the turret as well. And Kiwian, he breaks the contain. Does break the contain. That's still how many tanks? So 18. 18 tanks moving in. He's caught unsieged. Going for the mass disable. And Kiwian, he does save what? 6 tanks. 6 tanks are disabled. Despite that, again, he does break through. And takes down the tanks. That's Bratok. That would be how. Oh. That's how many? That was 9 tanks going down. Losing a 10th tank. Not a bad trade here from Kiwian. At the same time, Liberator across the map. Gets into the mineral line. Kiwian forced to respond. He had SCVs. Kiwian doesn't notice in time. Uh-oh. Tanks are repositioning. Kiwian, where's the scan? Tanks, they do siege. Yeah, they're encroaching on the army. Yeah, and late scan. And Kiwian, he will lose his position. Down to 2 tanks. Down to 2 tanks. Hellion run by here does run into reinforcements. Kiwian, he holds on. And again, thanks to the base that went down earlier, Kiwian, he's the first to max out. He's the first to max out. Once again, bypassing the main army. He wants those fringe bases. And Bratok, he doesn't see this. He does not see this coming. God damn it. God damn it. Meanwhile, lockdowns, they do slow down the push. Kiwin, he will take down the expansion. Likewise, going for another base as well. Brato, does he turn around? He evacuates. He abandons the location here. STVs, they run into the main army. Brato, this time he does not turn around. He commits. Oh, Sims in. This time he will not get the CC. Brato pushing into siege lines though. Yeah, the tanks are ready. Army Sims in. Do we get a lockdown? We get one. Oof. Brato still forcing his way through. Kiwin trying to catch reinforcements. There are what? There's 3 siege tanks back at home, only 3. But they skin each other. Kiwin, he can try to surround this army. Bleeding out gross expensive losses. Kiwin bleeding out a lot. Does activate cloak. He's coming in. Going for the mass lockdown. Ooh, how many does he get though? Takes down what, half of the tanks. He sims in. Oh god, but he clumps. He clumps up so hard. The tanks, they hold the line even with half of them being locked down. It doesn't matter. Yeah, but I thought he has done it. He has done it. He has broken through. Kiwin, he does not have enough. Despite crippling the economy, despite denying the 4th base, it does not matter. And Brato, he's done it. He's done it, just wedging himself in between the bases. Pushing into the natural, moving in towards the main. And Kiwin, he has nothing. He has nothing left. He's trying to catch some reinforcements in the center of the map. He's trying to catch reinforcements. Tanks, though, they're getting within range of the production. Still moving in. Still pushing forward. And again, this is the heart of the Terran here. Their production is all under fire. Just trying to back up some Marines. Oh my god. But the tank shots are brutal. And Brato, he's here to force the ace match. Again, Kiwin has some potential. He has an army out on the map, but for the most part, he can't really engage with the main force. Oh, Valkyries. Oh, they do catch out some of the Vikings. Vikings are going down. Jesus. The Valkyries, they trade well for themselves. They will clean up the air. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Not anymore. Tanks, they make it to the high ground. They will be able to siege. Oh, BCs, they're coming from behind. Oh, the BCs? My apologies here. Yo, we have backup production here towards bottom right. Okay, BCs have arrived. No anti-air. Killian, he will clean this up. The BCs, the starports. Okay, we're in this. The tanks will go down. Boys being pulled. It's going to be a rough trade, but regardless, he will hold. Likewise, queuing, catching out even more tanks. Then 1, 2, 3, 4 tanks. Not bad. 4 tanks go down. And we still have a game. We still have a game here. The BCs, they hold. Behind this, Bratok is now going into Maxwell accelerators, going into Mass Cyclone. He picks up the main, floats it over as a 4th. Bratok, he's like, hold on, you're not dead. He's like, hold on, I need, I need an economy. Floats over the main. 29 SCV kills, going into Mass Wraith. Wraith, they tickle ground units, but you know, they're able to hold their own. Wraiths, they can try to catch out these tanks. Oh. So far unsieged. As you can see, Bratok, he rotates over towards bottom right. He does see some of the production. He wants it. Meanwhile, the main base was saved. Bratok moving in. Pushing into how many Wraiths? We have 10. 10 Wraiths here for Kiwian. Kiwian is scanning, looking for the bases. He does see the mass mule hammer. The Mjolnir. That's a lot of mules. Wraiths are coming in. There's one Cyclone. They're going for the Ravens. Ravens are targeted down. No detection. Where's the scan? Where? Oh, there's no scan. He just muled. He just muled. No scan. The race. Okay, there we go. We have one scan. One scan pops off. But race, they just catch out the tanks. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, tanks are going down. Again, they get tickled to death by the Wraiths. That's Jesus. It takes quite a lot, but they are going down. And they chase down so many tanks. Again, it's all about that air battle. As more tanks are falling, that's going to be, what, 8 tanks going down. Back at the same time, hits the mineral line. SCV's going to be falling. We've got 9 SCV kills. Kiwian, he commits. He's going for the most crucial mining bases here. The most crucial mining bases are under fire. He stims in. He's going for the mineral line. Meanwhile, Wraiths get caught out. Massive pickoffs. He gets every single Wraith. Cyclones are coming in, but GG gets called as Braddock. He will lose his bases and he will tap out. Kiwian, the comeback is real. He will take the 2-0. GG. Kiwian, he was down and out. He was taking some rough fights. We saw the tanks forcing their way into the bases, but out of left field with the BCs, with the Wraiths, with the Sky Terran army. GG. GG, well played. With that, Kiwian, he will claim the series. He'll advance on into the semis. Oh my god. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. As Kiwian, he will claim the series and he will advance on to face up against Dark in the next round. So we have Kiwian versus Dark. Likewise, we also have our next matchup as well. We have a ZVZ between, I believe, 3Point and Wayne. Let me just double check that. Let's have a look together. Let us have a look together here as we switch our scenes over. Yeah, there it is. So Kiwian, he advances on the face up against Dark in the next round, and Wayne, he's up against 3Point in a Zerg versus Zerg matchup. Let's go. Wayne versus 3Point. Beautiful. Okay, so as a heads up, we will be covering both semifinals. So I wasn't too certain, I wasn't too sure, but yes, both semis are going to be covered. They're both going to be casted. We're going to be covering the lower semis first, followed by the upper semis, followed by the grand final. So we have 3 series left in the broadcast. 3 series to go. So Wayne versus 3Point first, and then Dark versus Kiwian. As vetoes are underway, and we will soon be jumping in. Catch you up. That was crazy. That was crazy. That was a crazy TVT. That was peak TVT gameplay. The BCs out of left field with the steel chair, Pappy. It was crazy. It was crazy. Brutal BC, man, so strong. I mean, whether it was a BC or even just a couple of Wraiths, like just anything in the air was something that could deal with that army. What a banger. Oh, este Mark. Uwu Thermal. Good to see you, Pappy. Good to see you. Este Mark. Of course, if you're out there, if you're interested in 2v2s, there is going to be the U-Thermal 2v2 circuit. That is going to be, I believe, tomorrow. In around 24 hours time, so make sure you tune into that. Also, when are we seeing you thermal in StarCraft Evolution, back? Ay. I know it's a rough time. I know it's not the best time in the Americas at the moment. I want to say it's like very early in the morning, depending on where you are in Latino America. It's very early, but looking forward to seeing some more U-Thermal in the future, as I think the last time we casted U-Thermal in StarCraft Evolution, I believe U-Thermal, you went on, like, I want to say a 9-game win streak in SEL King of the Hill. It was crazy. It was crazy. Out of this world. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting to our next matchup. We're getting to our next ZVZ, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have bottom left-hand corner of Troy. We have our South Korean. Oh. Actually, we have our teal Zerg player, himself, the SE2 Zerg. It is Wayne. It's going to be a short series. It's going to be a short matchup. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, going for the 12 pool, we have the South Korean Protoss player. Protoss? God damn it. The South Korean purple Zerg player is what I meant to say. I'm going on autopilot with purple and Protoss. Representing Team Hyper 1, it is a 3Point. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Wayne going for gas first. Going for a gas pool opener here. 3-point going 12 pool. I'll be honest, I do favor Wayne in this position, as Wayne, he will have an earlier spawning pool. Defensively here, he will have faster lings. 3-point is hyper committed and he is searching. He's looking for his opponent. Bearing in mind, this is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, and top left as well. Here comes that drone scout, and 3-point, he will find Wayne close spawns. We have vertical spawns here, so this is lucky. This is fortunate for 3-point, but with the drone scout, he will also confirm the earlier gas and the earlier spawning pool. Oh, no, he doesn't check. No, he doesn't check. I mean, he sees no base, right? He sees no base, so that is a tell. That is a tell. So he knows either pool first or gas first. And yep, there we go. He double checks. Does double check. He sees link speed already being researched. Wayne, he pulls out. And it does pull out of gas. Lings are on the way. Now, this is not a 12 pool drone pool. This is not an all in. It's a 12 pool into an expansion. So 3-point, he's not all in, but he's still committed nonetheless. Now, the goal here is to get some drone damage. Ideally, he wants to get 1 or 2 or 3 worker kills. As he is spotted. Wayne, he pulls away. It's going to be up to Wayne here to make a stand to defend that base. Queen moves in, and Wayne will hold. Yeah, Wayne, he holds. Wayne, he will lose nothing. No drones go down. And Wayne is getting ready for his own counter Ling Flood, as Wayne, he has not been droning at all. So no drones, no saturation. It's Wayne who's going all in. And 3-point, he's throwing down more hatcheries, more bases. He's throwing down his macro hatcheries. He was going to get caught out. Gets surrounded. And 3-point, he's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble here. He needs that sunken colony. The drone is here to morph in. There it is. Colony's on the way. Sunken colony's on the way. Without it, there is no defense. Even with it, it's going to be a tough hold, though. Yeah, Lings, they dive on the colony. Have a couple of reinforcing links coming in. Colony does morph. And you can see 3-point is buying time. He's buying a little bit of time here, but it looks like the first colony is not going to complete. Yeah, not in time. Wayne, he's done it. He's done it. He has broken through, takes out all the lings, takes down all the colonies. There is no stack defense. And 3-point. Oh, no! Oh my god, he has been broken. He has been broken. There's nothing left. There's nothing here. Remember, there's no queen support. That's why we need a stack defense. And Wayne, he kicked things off. He's kicking things off with a win. Punishing the 12 pool. He does punish. 3-point, he pulls the boys. Trying to make a stand. Wayne is still just rallying. He's just rallying links across the map. Takes over the links, gets into the mineral line, moving in towards that natural. Catching reinforcements. There's no getting out of this. Again, if we had a longer spawn locations, if we were a cross spawn, like diagonal spawn, for example, then maybe... Actually, most likely the sunken colonies would have finished, to be fair. But yeah, the boys have pulled 6 drone kills, brutal damage. Did I say 6? 11, 12! 12 drones go down to 4 workers. Ay, ay, ay. 4 workers remaining, and Wayne, he doesn't stop. GG gets called. Wayne, he will take game at number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. How does StarCraft 1 Zerg deal with banelings? They do go into Ling Hydra. Ling Hydra is a very common composition early on when it comes to Brood War Zerg. ZVZ is very different. In general, mirror matchups are very different. I think maybe the closest one is TVT, but it is important to kind of like to bear that in mind when you do take into consideration how these armies, how their dynamic changes. It is a lot more common, for example, for Brood War Zerg players to open up 2-base, to go into 2-base play, into 2-base Ling Hydra, into Lurker tech. So they typically tech into Lurkers. You'd have the opposing SC2 Zerg player going to Roach Ravager, and then get into Lurkers themselves, attempt to get into Lurker versus Lurker. We can get into Muta play as well. There are definitely options there. There are options. But basically, just like how in SE2, 2-base Roach is safe against Ling Bane, 2-base play in Brood War is also safe against Ling Bane. So same thing. Same thing. So here we go. We are getting into game number 2. getting into game 2. So because of that, it's actually quite rare to see Ling Bane versus Ling in StarCraft Evolution. Like, that's typically not a dynamic you see, just because the Brutal Zerg player should never be in that kind of position. But we'll see. We'll see how this series does unfold. So far, Wayne does take a lead, and now the roles have been reversed. Wayne is going to be playing Brood War, and 3Point is going to be playing SE2. Here we go. As you can hear the beeps underway, we're loading into game number 2. Going to be on Amygdala. One of the larger maps in the map pool. 2-player small map. So there's no RNG factor when it comes to searching for your opponent. Longer rush distance by ground. Let's go. Oh, as there are changes to this map. My apologies. This is the StarCraft Evolution version of Amygdala, and I don't think I've ever casted on this version before. This is crazy. Okay. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Hyper 1. Down in the series, we'll see if he can recover. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is 3-point. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player. Now the Brutal Zerg leading the series 1-0. It is Wayne. Here we go. We are setting up. We are settling in. We're settling into a slightly different variation here. Hello. So there are some changes. I noticed some changes when it comes to the loading screen, but I believe these steam vents are new. Now we have steam vents here in the center, which is an interesting adjustment. I will say that to the map, and I'm sure there are these other small changes. I'm not entirely familiar with all the changes, as I've never casted on the StarCraft Evolution version of this map, but I'm sure there's more to embrace. For now, we have our initial openers. Wayne going for an earlier gas, guys. Just our earlier link speed here for Wayne. Meanwhile, a hatch gas pool out of 3-point. Here we go. So standard open out of 3-point. A bit of a more aggressive start out of Wayne. Going for a later expansion, an earlier gas, and earlier pool, so earlier link speed. Still have the tumors in the center. Still have said rocks. But times when Muteless actually mutated. True. You're not wrong. I think that's my favorite. I mean, we've casted quite a bit of ZVZ in the past. I do recommend watching Shin versus Dark from StarCraft Evolution League 4, the full championship. But we did see, God, was it Muta versus Devour? Or I think we got into like Guardians as well. It was a crazy matchup. It's crazy. Yeah, sorry. It was Shin going Hydra Lurker Viper against Dark, who opened Muta and went Muta into Guardian. Like, it was a much cleaner transition from Muta tech, from 2-base Muta into Guardian in a longer late game in ZVZ. So it was like Guardian versus Hydra Lurker Viper. It was crazy. I don't think we've quite gotten a ZVZ like that before. I miss it. Like, that was some peak StarCraft Evolution. Like Dark versus Shin. Meanwhile, we just see Wayne sitting up. All right, someone earlier was asking about how do you play against Ling Bane? Well, you do this, exactly what Wayne is doing, exactly what we mentioned previously, is you play 2-base. You play 2-base with Sunken Colonies, so you are secure in 2-bases. From here, you can rush into a lair, into 2-base Muta, or you can go into 2-base Hydra. As 3-point is going for an all-in. He's going for a Bane Bust. So straight up Bane Bust, all-in here. 0 drones. 0 drones, 3-point, it's all or nothing. He commits. The Overlord does spot this, does confirm, and we need a full wall. And so far, the wall has been thrown down. 2 colonies are done, and we're going to need more than that. So straight up all-in here from 3-point. Wayne, he will confirm. He slips in. He confirms 0 drones. Going for the Queen. does catch a queen, massive pickoff that will delay injects, that will delay production, and of course he does confirm that there's nothing here, so he knows. So back at home, he's throwing down more sunken colonies. He has 2, soon to be 4 colonies here for Wayne. Lair is on the way, so there should be 2 base muta. Wayne, he can get away with droning, and 3-point is still not making any workers, so still no drones from a 3-point. Melee's on the way. Again, the Lair's almost done. That should be for the Spire. Here comes the Bane Burst. And there is a weak point here. The weak point is the sunken colony. You can see Wayne is on hold position there with that drone. But there is an opening here. Banelings are waddling in. Yeah, they knock down the initial wall. Lings, they flood forward. Ooh, yeah, brutal connections. Lings, they get us around. And it looks like Wayne, he's going to be broken here. Yeah, there's not enough sunken colonies. Again, that was a brutal weak point in that wall. And 3-point, he's done it. He has done it. He breaks through, takes down all the colonies. Oh. Hello? No, who is it? Who is it? No, the STC! But 3-point, he has broken. He has broken the defenses here. And again, the wall was vulnerable. Wayne didn't take it seriously enough. And at this point, Wayne, he has been broken. Like, there's nothing left. There's still so many Lings here. The Baneling does fall, but the Lings should be enough to break the main. I say that, yeah. We do have 12 Hydras in production. Sorry, 12 Lings in production, but GG gets called. And a 3-point ties up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. Does have the series. Again, we did emphasize that one sunken colony in that wall. That was kind of the, what's the terminology here? That was what the vent in the Death Star. That was the one way in to just blow everything up. And unfortunately, there was no like secondary wall behind it. Even though there was a drone in front, it looked like Wayne thought that the drone was thick enough to actually wall that area off and buy a little bit more time. As we saw, like the Lings actually sit by the drone, so the drone wasn't able to wall that area off. With that, GG. With that, GG, well played. We're going to the ace match. Let's go. We're going to game 3. Also, shout out to the STC. He's a Korean caster, ex-player, of course. And yeah, hopefully everything's okay with his internet. As we're getting into the ace match, we're loading into Sylphid. Whew. Let's go. We're loading into Sylphid here. And as you saw, 3-point is hyper aggressive. Game 1, what did 3-point do? 12 pull. Game 2, Ling Bane all in. Game 3, most likely going to be something more aggressive as well. Like 3-point, he very rarely plays macro. He can, don't get me wrong, he can play macro, but he's very aggressive and very all-in as a player. We expect 12 pulls, we expect 13 12s, we expect all-ins from him. Wayne might be a little bit unfamiliar with 3-point, but now he's getting a better idea of the kind of player he's up against, and we're hoping for more for some more safer defensive play. We'll see. If not, just out-aggressing his opponent. As we're loading into the final map of the series, loading into Sylphid. And spawning in the top side of Sylphid, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Brood War Zerg, representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3-point. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the SE2 Zerg player himself, the Red Zerg. It is Wayne. Go. As we have 3-point for the first time, hatch first. Okay, just hatch first opener out of 3-point. Likewise, Wayne also going hatch first. Okay, Overlords, they will see each other, and based on this Overlord scouting pattern, they will confirm each other's location. It will confirm. So Overlords, they move out. Again, we're now aware of each other's location. Hatchcast pool out of both Wayne and 3point, so this time no early link speed, no early link aggression. We're going to be having a much more calm start to the game, but we'll see where this leads us. We'll see. As we do have our initial lair first out of 3 points. So we saw the attempted earlier lair timing from Wayne. Here we do expect this to be muta play out of 3 point as well. So we expect him to wall up and wall off on 2 bases, throw down stack defense and get into mutas. Meanwhile, Wayne back at home droning. He does stay in gas, getting to link speed, getting to third base. Wayne should have map control and will have the base advantage over his opponent. Wayne should have the better economy, and we'll see if Wayne can determine what exactly is going on. Does throw down his Banely Nest just to be safe, but we do expect 3 point to tech up a little bit further. Going for his own third though, Wayne should be able to punish this. I was referring earlier about 3 point turtling up on 2 bases, but claiming this Adler expansion, it's greedy. This is a greedy base here from 3 point, and with Link Bane aggression, Wayne should punish this. But we'll see. We'll see if he's able. We'll see if he's able to. 3 point for now, just running up, saturating. Wayne with his Overlord, he will confirm the expansion. Yep, Lings are in production, and Wayne is moving out to punish. Overlord is zoned away. Lair is done. Show us the Spire, waiting for the gas. Waiting for the gases. Banely Nest is complete. Wayne, he will send it across map. There is that Spire going into 2 base muta. I say 2 base muta. I mean, 3 point did take that expansion. And you can see him walling up. He's walling up. He's walling off with his stack defense. Wayne, he will spot this. And again, he can just ignore that and he will force a cancel. So again, this was greedy here from 3 point. At the same time, Wayne, he did commit quite hard to this Link Bane, and I don't see him breaking this location, I'll be honest. Yeah, the Sunken Colonies are done, and 3 point, he's safe. He's safe and sound here on 2 bases, and he's getting away with his mutas. Again, the Spire is halfway done, and Wayne has no idea. Wayne, he has not scouted, he has not seen the build, he does not seen the tech. Sorry, my apologies. He saw the lair, he knows. He's going for the all-in. He's going for the all-in here. He's flooding across the map. Either Wayne kills 3 point or he dies trying. Now, just like previously, this position has a weakness. This wall has a weak point, but as opposed to last time, this time there are 2 drones in position. This time there are workers here on hold position to tank Banelings and to buy time. Likewise, this time there's 4 Sunken Colonies ready. I believe previously there were only 3 for Wayne. We have 2 more on the way. 2 more colonies. It's all or nothing for Wayne. He has to break through. And he breaks through the wall, takes down the first 2 Sunken Colonies. Lings, they flood in. And they do flood past. They just rush past. They just rush past the Sunken Colonies. They're going into the main. Mutas, though, they have arrived. They focus on the Banelings. Drones, they just have to get past. Oh, yeah, they do drone drill. 5 drones going down. So far, acceptable losses. And 3 point holds. 3 point, he does hold. Now he gains map control. It's time to counterattack across the map. And Wayne is in trouble here. Wayne, he has no lair. He's on hatch deck. Wayne going for a second bus. The second bus fails. And Wayne, he's racing back home. Again, this time there were just more colonies here. For 3 point, he was more secure. He was more set up. The mutas are out. He's got 8 mutas. I mean, there are some spores that'll help. Takes down 1. Now going for the queen. He has control of the third base, and this third base is going to be forfeit as he takes down almost every single Ling. Now behind this Wayne, he's going to try to secure himself, getting into more queens, getting into more spores, but he has no tech. He has no map control. So we have more mutas on the way. Getting another queen. Yeah, Wayne trying to save the expansion. It's not going to happen. Yeah, it's not going to happen. 2 queens go down. The Spore's going to go down as well. No transfuse. And Wayne, he bleeds out too much, trying to expand. Trying to hold that base. The wall has been rebuilt, this time with an Evo chamber, so it's a more robust wall. Much more robust. Lings, they do nothing. And the last 3 points, he will claim this. Takes down the hatchery. And Wayne is contained. He's contained on 2 bases. From here, 3-point, he can just freely drone. He can just freely drone, freely saturate. He can eventually expand and claim his own 3rd. With Mass Muta, he can make sure that Wayne never expands. He's just contained on 2 bases. Mutas are rotate over. They rotate in between the bases, catching out the queens. Oh no! Queens under fire. Oh my god, you're just catching the queens with the glaives, with the bounces. The glaives, they shut down the queens. Oh god, and GG gets caught. It's just too much to handle. In 3-point, he will overwhelm. He will take the series at 2-1. GG. GG, well played. 3-point, he will claim the series again. Wayne baited into a Bane Bust, and this time we saw 3-point with a much more secure defense. He was able to just completely shut it down. He shut down the all-in, he shut down the Bane Bust. He did lose some drones in the process, but he got away with his mutas. He got away with his Spire. And with that, he snowballed out of control. Wayne, he was all-in. He had no tech, he had no lair, he had barely any anti-air. He was not ready for the mutas. He was broken. He was broken. With that, GG, well played. 3-point is going to be our first player in the finals, and up next we're going to be getting to our next semifinals match. It's going to be a best of 3 between Dark and Kiwian. Let's go. We have our next matchup. Dark, as a reminder, he's playing random. He does play this for fun. I would say that Dark, he is the best Zerg player in StarCraft Evolution, but he's not playing Zerg, he's playing random. So Dark, he is committing to random. Kiwian, of course, to Terran. And honestly, Dark's Protoss is pretty terrifying. His Terran is pretty good as well. So yeah, Dark, he, even though he's playing random, he is maybe even favored in this series. So we'll see if Kiwian can keep up. We shall see. As our players are getting ready. Borrow the drones and links. Borrow would not be, if you're referring to against Bane Bust defense, borrow would not be ideal because you can borrow drones and they'll still be destroyed by Banelings because Banelings can manually detonate. So to advise against that. But as we saw, like as we mentioned, and then we saw throughout this series in Game 2 and in Game 3, 2-base play from Brood War is just very common. To open up 2-base and to go into either Hydras or go into Spire play. So that just bypasses Ling Bane. I mean, we did see both Wayne and 3-point attempt to bust. So one with success, the other less so. But I feel like part of that is also maybe Wayne's inexperience in that kind of scenario. I did feel like Wayne maybe underestimated the all-in that was coming his way, which led into Wayne being broken. But regardless, GG. Regardless, GG, well played. With that, we are going to be going on a very short break. When we come back, we'll have Kiwian and Dark up next. See you soon. See you soon, Patty. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the upper semifinals here of the StarCraft Evolution League number 10. We just wrapped up with the lower semis. We have our first finalist. We have threepoint. Threepoint just took down Wayne 2-1. He has made it to the grand finals, and he is waiting for the winner of this very series. As spawning in the top side, here of Sylphid, we have our random player, the South Korean random, usually Zerg, but here he has landed on Terran. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Brood War Terran. It is Kiwian. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the... Oh, hold on. I have to close the previous predictions. My mistake. My apologies. Hold on. I got you. Oh, that's unfortunate. Sorry, predictions have been playing for quite some time, but there we go. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, of course, Kiwian, he's playing his main race. I do favor Kiwian in the TVT. When it comes to Dark's off races, his Protoss is pretty terrifying. His Protoss is definitely up there, definitely comparable with the best of the best. His Terran a little bit less so. I would say that Dark's Terran is his weakest matchup. I will tentatively say that, but we'll see. So I do lean towards Kiwian initially here in game 1, but remember, Dark is playing random, so anything could happen throughout the course of this series. For now, double gas opener into a faster factory. A more tech-heavy start here from Dark. Meanwhile, Kiwian going for the CC first. CC first out of Kiwian. Kiwian being greedy, does move in with the SCV scout. Remember, this is a 3-player spawn map. Dark, he scouts bottom left, and Kiwian scouts the top side. So Kiwian, he will find Dark. Here we go. Does break in. Here we go. Dark, he does confirm the location of Kiwian as he's now aware of his spawn location. Kiwian going for double factory follow-up into mass vulture. So we're going for a vulture rush. Rushing into factories, rushing into vultures. As I may say vulture rush, it will CC first to be fair. But Kiwian, he walls up his natural. He's secure. Dancing with the Reaper. And the bunker does complete. So from here we should be getting to our vulture production. Can you choose random brutal or random S2, or is it full random? I'm not too certain what you mean, but Dark is picking random as SE2 and as Brood War. He, of course, is playing StarCraft 2, and of course Kiwian is rolling as Brood War Terran. So Kiwian is Brood War Terran, Dark is SE2 random. And as always, it's always Brood War versus SE2 in StarCraft Evolution. It's never SE2 versus SE2 or Brood War versus Brood War. I mean, I say it's never, depending on the tournaments, that is the case in Kung Fu Cup. In Kung Fu Cup, they do allow for that, specifically in Kung Fu Cup. But in most other events, that is not the case. As here we go, we have Ion Thrusters on the way, again, Spider Mines, as we mentioned, going into Mass Vulture. The Academy's on the way behind this. To open up our tech. For those that are curious, you need the Academy for comsat stations. So the Academy is a prerequisite for scans. Oh! As Helion's getting called out, nicely done, he gets 1, he gets 2. Ooh, but the Banshee does come in to shut this down again. Dark going into 1-1-1 Cloak Banshees. And the Banshees, they shut down the Vultures. Banshees move out, so thankfully the armory is done and Goliath production has begun here for Kiwian. This time he will not be called out. I say that was Bratok that was called out earlier. Was Bratok. Oh. As Vultures, they bust into the mineral line, they do catch out one of the Widow Mines, not bad. SCV's gonna be going down, Darky's in trouble. Banshee does get across the map. Do we have a comsat station? No scans. 0 scans, 0 detection here. SCVs are still falling. No comsat station for Kiwian, he's in trouble. Vultures, they do bust in. They Getting a couple of SCVs, but last these Banshees are popping up. We have turrets on the way, comsat stations as well. Eventually there will be detection, eventually. But until then, how many more SCVs? Getting up to 7, getting up to 8. 8, 9 SCVs going down. There's a scan. Banshee does escape. And Dark holds. Dark, he holds back at home. Likewise, keeping Kiwin pinned. At least Kiwin survives. He has his scans, his turrets, and his Goliaths. Whew. He holds. Kiwin, he does hold on. Who gets to choose first, StarCraft 2 or Brood War? The player on top of the bracket gets to pick first. So if you look at the bracket, exclamation mark B in the chat, Dark is the top seed. He's the higher seed, so Dark pick first. And then losers pick. No coin flip. Not a coin flip, just the A player. Just the higher seed. As from here, Dark, he does head towards the main. Again, this time we have turrets, we have Goliaths. Kiwi, he should be fine, should be able to defend. Of course, he's embracing mech. He is meching it up. Oh! As with the help of the scan, he does not get the Banshee. Banshee escapes, and we do see a Bio out of Dark, throwing down extra Raxes, third CCs on the way, getting to Stim, getting into combat shields. Any of the 6 picks considered strong or weak? Just again to reiterate, if you haven't watched StarCraft Evolution before, the mod is actively patched. Very, very actively. Actually, I would say that almost every week we have a new patch for StarCraft Evolution. We actually recently had a big patch as well. That was addressing some of the issues in StarCraft Evolution. If you're curious, I do recommend checking out the podcast. We do typically go in depth when it comes to the changes. You can check out the blog post yourself. You can check out the Patreon and the blog posts, and there's plenty of assets for that sort of thing, or plenty of resources, I should say. Specifically, in recent times, Brood Terran was considered very strong. Recently, Bio Brood Terran was heavily nerfed. To address that. Likewise, Brood War Zerg was buffed recently to help facilitate for some issues that Brood War Zerg has been having, and there were also some changes to Brood War. I mean, there's been a lot of changes. There was a big patch like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. A lot to go over. But as you can imagine, because it's being actively patched, it's, you know, they're doing their best to balance everything, to make sure everything is as fair as possible. I think some people have the wrong idea, like watching StarCraft Evolution, and they think it's like a direct port. So they're like, oh, like, you know, is this stronger, is this weaker, sort of thing. It's like that. It's, you know, it's a competitive esport. Like, ideally, we have a back and forth dynamic. Meanwhile, Dark dropping into the main does go for his own double drop. Where's QN falling back, setting up his turrets. Turrets are not done. Yeah, turrets not done in time. Double drop does come in. Sending into the mineral lines. Getting 7 ACVs, picks up, gets the hell out of here. Alas, QN out of position. Again, the turrets were done just a little bit too late there. Just barely not in time. Oh. Trying to catch out the drop. Stark, he's setting up. As the game is slowing down. The game is slowing down. We do see Kiwian now claiming his third base. His third base is late is what I will say, but it is getting up and running. Likewise, Dark muling up his own third as well. Sensor towers being thrown down, just like fully securing himself, throwing down turrets, ideally setting up for drop play. I mean, drop play is less applicable here for Brood War Terran, to be fair. Just throwing down sensor towers. Just keeping eyes on the army movement. Kiwian does push towards the left-hand side. Does get caught out, does get spotted. Ooh, takes down a medevac, not bad. Medevac goes down. Dark getting in position. Even bypassing the main army. Can try to sneak in from behind, go for the third. Dark is being active. Kiwian likewise setting up his spider mines. Kiwian, he does miss the drop. As Dark, he does slip by. Does slip by towards that third. Should be able to react in time. Yeah, shuts down all the spider mines. They don't connect. But last the army does get a full surround. Nice pickoff. Army gets caught. Dark has to back off at the same time, going for another drop on the right hand side. Ooh, running into spider mines. He is scouted. Bearing in mind, as that is the alternate kind of value here of spider mines, is they do give vision. Like Kiwian, he does have vision here towards the right hand side. He has a lot more map awareness and map presence thanks to the spider mines. Reinforcing with his own science vessel. Both players looking to max out. Unlike previously, there's very little finesse to Kiwian's army. Like, there's no ghost support. It's just pure, like, vulture tank Goliath. Now, once we get towards the late game, that is when we can see a switch into Sky Terran, into Starports and BCs. This goes both ways. Whether it's BCs for Kiwian or Mass Raven for Dark. If the game goes on that long, we can get there. But now Dark playing things out very slow though. Just walling up with his tanks, getting another expansion, double expanding even. Getting a fourth, getting a fifth base. Taking more orbitals. Bearing in mind as well that there is a mischance when you do try to shoot up a ramp, so these cliff faces are very secure here for Dark. As he knocks down the rocks. Just walling up. Going for a massive doom drop even. Uh-oh. There are some turrets in the main. But that's a lot of medevacs. 5 medevacs headed towards the main base. Medevac here towards the left-hand side. Top in the center of the map. Not in position. Has a wraith. Does spot this. And boost in. Does boost in. Will unload in time. Turrets, there's just not enough of them. They will take down some of the medevacs. But we're going for the main base, going for the production. Dusts them in. Denies +2. +2 is denied. At the same time, Darky pushes through the center, takes down another base. Just pulling Kiwian apart. Again, the advantage of a bio army is just so much more mobile compared to a mech composition. And Kiwian, he will clean this up. And what did he lose? He lost 8 ACVs, he lost his ring of turrets, he lost +2. +2 vehicle armor. And likewise, he also lost the base. 4th base also went down. So this doesn't kill Kiwian, but it does disrupt him. Does disrupt. Kiwian being active once again. Unfortunately, he has limited vision here on the right hand side for that kind of drop play. As Kiwian is maxed, he's maxed out. Has a terrifying army, but pushing into these siege lines is not going to be easy. He can't deny the space though. As he denies the base. Oh! Dark run into Spider-Man. Jeez. Running into Spider-Man. Oh no! Spider-Man, they do not connect. Barely not. Kiwian forcing his way through. Trying to break through the siege line. Tanks a shell away from the high ground though. This is brutal here for Kiwian. And he's not breaking through. Yeah, it's not happening here. The Liberators tanks, they do hold the line. At the same time, Dark goes for a massive counterattack. Does hit the natural, and there's nothing here. There's barely anything at him to defend. Again, Kiwian just trying to brute force his way through a turtling Terran is not going to happen. Dark stims in. Oh, dropping on top of the tanks. Yeah, hoping a micro here from Dark takes down the tanks. Pushing further in on top of the production. Oof. Gonna be forced back. That's gonna be 25 SCV kills. And Kiwian is forced back home again. He could not break this position. He's gonna be forced all the way back. Kiwian, he got impatient. And with that Dark, he's just happily mining on 4 bases. He's on a 4 base economy. He can rebuild, remax. Kiwian has to build up from scratch. Likewise, down 20 SCVs. In a head-on fight, I would favor Kiwian, especially earlier when they were both maxed out. I was favoring Kiwian in a head-on fight, but we never saw that. We saw Kiwian trying to break a siege line, and we saw Dark just avoid the army. Dark once again moving out. Yo, we got some freedom. We got mass liberation. And this is where Kiwian's army struggles. What do we have? We have mainly Vulture tank. We have a handful of Goliaths, but anti-air is limited. Anti-air is very limited, and as a result, there's no answer to these Liberators. Not yet. We have 5 Goliaths. 5 Goliaths. Valkyrie production has begun. Valkyries, they will help. Oh god, but here comes the freedom! No! The freedom has arrived! There's too much! They're just sieging up on top of the tanks, and they will kill everything. Every tank is gonna go down. Yeah. Terran players, look away, Papi, look away! As every tank goes down. There's too much freedom, Papi. Too much freedom. As here we go, Darky does move out. Kiwian plummets in supply. As he was not ready for the sky switch. I mean, again, he just lost everything earlier. And with that Dark, he breaks through. He breaks through that defensive line, pushing it towards the bases. We're making 7 Goliaths at a time, but it's too late. It's too little too late at this point. As Goliaths, they do step in. Let's go. They're doing what they can. They pick up a couple of Liberators, but the damage has already been done. A base already fell. And GG gets called. Dark, he will overwhelm. Dark will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Dark, he will take a lead in the series. Again, a strong showing here out of Dark. A bit of a slower style. I mean, he was going for drop play, but he was, for the most part, just securing himself back at home, throwing down sensor towers, setting up siege lines before moving out with drop play. It was a bit of a slower game state, and Kiwian, I mean, both players were able to max out. Unfortunately, Kiwian, he was lacking map vision and map awareness and map control, so he was caught off guard by a lot of that drop play from Dark that allowed Dark to deal critical damage, free up supply for that final Liberator transition as well. For that final Liberator transition, GG well played. With that, the Dark takes the lead, but we'll see what Dark lands on coming into game 2. As a reminder, Dark is playing random, and he did roll on Terran last game. Here, we might see him roll on Terran again, roll on Zerg, or roll on Protoss. Let's go. We're here to find out. We're here to find out. Tries to brute force his way in. Ah. No. Not like this. Too many binary thinkers in general. It's not that's good, that's bad. It's all situational. You have to look at the factors before you can say, yeah, for sure, for sure. That's I feel like a lot of people can be guilty of that. I think the strongest example of that is I don't know, you watch a weekly, I think it happened this week as well, where you watch a weekly and Hero beats Clem and people like, yo, Clem washed? Like like people, they're so fickle, so quick to turn. It's like, what are you talking about? They just played out a series. Clem just beat Hero last week. Ay. That happens, obviously that happens to Raynor a lot as well, where it became a meme. But yeah, the recency bias can be quite real on that stuff. People can be clowns. But here we go. Now getting to our next game. We're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Vermeer, we have our South Korean random player. Once again, we have our South Korean random player, our Brood War Terran this time. Our Brood War Terran, it is Dark. The dice, they just like rolling on T. They like it. They like it. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the StarCraft 2 Terran player, the South Korean Terran, down in this series. We'll see if he can recover. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Kiwian. Oh, hold on. Hold on. There you go. Here we go as we're jumping into game 2 again. Darky does take a lead, but now we do have a very interesting dynamic. First things first, welcome to Vermeer. Vermeer is a 4-player spawn map, so we have top right, bottom left, and top left, so 4-player spawn map. We do see CC first out of Dark, but what's important here is that we do spawn in at close spawns, at horizontal spawn locations here. So the rush distance by ground between Kiwian and Dark is very short, as opposed to diagonal spawns, for example. So aggression can be favored here. And Kiwian, he scouts top right. Kiwian, he will find Dark instantly. So we'll find him. Now, if the SCV gets spotted by the building SCV of Dark, then he might be able to determine the trajectory here of the worker. Say that SCV pokes in, and yeah, he does see the angle of the scout. Did see the SCV coming from left hand side. And Dark, he's going for 3x. Yeah, I mean, this is a popular build. We spoke about this previously. We spoke about this even at the start of this series. We mentioned how Brutal Terran was recently, I would say, heavily nerfed, in a sense, Bioterran specifically. This build is what I'm getting at. This stim timing has been very popular and very trendy. If you've been watching Bjorn, for example, in StarCraft Evolution for the past 2 months, he like almost exclusively does this build. So 3 racks into Academy, into stim. This does hit quite hard. But what I will say in TVT, if the opposing Terran player scouts this, which Kiwian did, you can respond with a bunker, with a tank, and you'll be safe. You'll be safe and sound. And Kiwian, he has the scouting, he has the information, he has the knowledge of what's going on. It should be fine. Should be fine here. As Reaper breaks in. First Marine does go down. Oh, are we setting up for the proxy BC? Are we going for the fusion core? Starport into fusion core. Let's go. Now, the reason why we're calling out proxy BC here is because if you were here earlier in the broadcast for Kiwian versus Bratok, if there's a starport, he went for this very same build. He went for the same build against Bratok. Was on Sylphid, if you recall. So a very cheeky build here from Kiwian. Meanwhile, stim is on the way, medics are building up, and Darky will soon pull the trigger. Back at home, I don't see a tank set up here. I don't see the initial bunker. Kiwian, he's in a bit of danger. Hellions can shut this down. Hellion volleys can wreak havoc here on a bio army. Starport about to finish. This is risky. I'm referring to Kiwian's defense. There we go, bunkers on the way. Dark moves out. Starport's not done. Shows the fusion core. Yeah, there it is. Fusion core's on the way, as we mentioned. Proxy BC. And 4 Hellions should be enough. Oh, takes out a Marine. Dark has to spread. Yeah, 2 more Marines go down. He's got 3 left. Down to 3. Oh, down to 2. Gets 1 SCV. Bunker does complete. Whew, and Kiwian holds. He holds with the bare minimum. Very clutch defense here from Kiwian. Hi, he does hold on, and now here come the battle cruisers. Now, because Dark is playing Bio, he will have some anti-air, but the Bio, he's rallying. Ooh, Dark, he's rallying across the map, so he will not have any defenses back at home. He'll have a minimal amount of Marines. Hellions, they catch out the Bio once again. They focus on the medic. Medic gets sniped. Battle cruiser production will soon begin. As Darky does pre-split. There it is, the BC has begun. And this battlecruiser can deal critical damage. As there we go, now we have the tank, so Kiwian, he's safe. Kiwian, he's safe and sound. He should be fine. He has a full bunker and the tank. The bunker getting on top of the high ground. And Darky has to respect it. Pulls away. Oh no, he scouts. he went for his own depot. The spotter depot does spot this actually, and this has been seen. Marines, they're rushing on over. This BC is not going to be safe when it spawns in. Ay ay ay, Dark, no shot. He found it, and he can focus on the starport. No, he denies the BC. Massive pick off. The starport goes down. Fusion core as well. Kiwian, he's in trouble. Ay, ay, ay. His whole build, it was all hinging on this. It was so expensive. Proxying the starboard, proxying the fusion core as well. Ay, ay, ay. Behind this, Kiwian going into mech, throws down 2 more factories. Again, Dark, he wasn't even expecting to come across that. He was just going for his own spotter depot to see any kind of drop play. But Dark, he's safe and sound. Setting up his tanks here. Oh, you see Kiwian setting up his tanks. Trying to catch Dark out. Tanks are set. Likewise, mech on the horizon, going into blue flame. Additional tank production. Dark likewise going to biotank instead. Now, Dark, with the scan, he is aware of the location of Kiwian. He's aware of the position. So we can come in for the surround. Spreads out those tanks. Scans the center. Looking to collapse in. Oh, goes to the optic. Let's go. I didn't even notice. He's got optic flare. Okay, does cover one of the tanks. Now, for those that are curious, optic flare reduces the vision of a unit to 1 or to 0. Now, of course, the unit itself may have reduced vision, but other units can provide vision, like Hellions, like the rest of the army. But optic flare has its place. It's kind of like a solar flare, if you will. Like it blinds a target. Speaking of, he's going for it. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Okay, so most of these tanks are covered. There's 2 tanks, I believe. There's 2 tanks that do have their own actual, like, vision. But you can see. Dark is being fancy. Tells me that Kiwian has to rely that much more on scans, that much more on the rest of his units here to provide vision. Tanks slowly pushing in. Dark gaining ground. Oh, we have the Vikings. Vikings are set up. Marines are coming from behind. They catch one of the tanks. They get 1. They go straight behind the mineral line as well, or behind the army. And towards the natural, they get another tank. Second tank goes down. Aliens, they will roast up these Marines. Dark moving in. Getting a tank. 1 tank goes down. Denies mining at the 3rd. Dark getting his own 3rd as well. Ooh, meanwhile, Kiwian going for a ninja base. Let's go. Goes for the ninja. Goes for the hidden expansion. Up, going for, doesn't quite get the optic flare off. Not quite. As you can see, Dark is throwing down so many spotted buildings, but he missed the base. He missed the CC. Dark switching into his own mech. We have ion thrusters. We have spider mines as well. So we're working towards mech versus mech. We're getting there. But alas, yeah, Dark, he has no anti-air. No secure form of dealing with these liberators. I mean, hey, we saw the freedom last game. Tank gets liberated. Darky falls back to the high ground. Does move in. He still has a massive wave of tanks. Dark setting up. Oh, shout out to the Ursidon. Chilling with the tanks. Kiwin fanning out, going for a run by. Getting that base fully saturated, mulling as best he can. Oh, running into the Hellions. Kiwin, he will take this fight. Oh, sorry, Dark will take this fight. Vultures do shut down the Hellions. Dark going for a massive rotation, actually. And he can actually try to sneak in from behind. Like, there's a big opening. There's a massive opening here. Massive blind spots behind Kiwian's army. And Darky's going for it. He's going for that blind spot. Kiwin, he does see a tank rotating. That's a massive tell. Yeah, he knows. That was a massive tell. Kiwin, he does respond. Dark, he showed his hand a little bit too soon. Double expanding. Dark, he rotates back around. He does rotate back around. And we are just calming down, just securing our bases. Securing our setups. Kiwin happily mining from that hidden expansion. Now, what is the answer here to the problem that is Liberators? Oh, as two tanks are going to get caught out. Yeah, Dark not quite in position to defend. Dark, for now, he is going into some Goliath production. Stims in, stimming up a ramp. Oh, God. It takes a lot of tank shots, but he will clean this up eventually. Rough trade here for Dark. Attacking up a ramp. Liberator count is building up. Getting up to 4 Liberators. Dark, he does spot the expansion. Does spot the would-be base. More Goliaths on the way. We have the fusion core for Kiwi, and that should be for Liberator range. Spider Mine's a set. And Dark is just being bullied back. A lot of this will come down to air control. It's why we often do see a switch into like mass BC from both sides, like in the super late game of TVT. With the fusion core, that is going to be available here. We do have Tech Labs already done. Going into not BC, but Ravens. And I am favoring Kiwian's composition here. Like going Viking Liberator into Raven. Like this is the ideal late game TVT. Going into Sky Terran. And Dark is not ready for this. Dark, he's still not ready. Dark, he's trying to go into Mass Goliath. And Goliath, I mean, that's a nice band-aid solution. But still not ideal. Goliaths, yes, they do shoot up. But remember, these air units are not on their own. They have tank support. So it's not going to be easy for Goliaths to deal with these Liberators and to break these siege lines. Yeah, Dark now he does recognize he throws down more starports. He will need some air of his own. Yep, 3 more starports on the way. But this is late. This is a late realization from Dark. So Kiwin has a pretty big advantage here. Getting another base. Dark, he shuts down the battle mech at least. Kiwin catching more tanks. Oh no! Oh my god. Yeah, and every tank is gonna go down. We have Yamato being researched. We have Valkyries on the way. Massive Dune. Oh my god, does go for a massive Dune drop. Getting on top of the starports and getting on top of the fusion core as well. Very nice play. Darky gets in. We do have some disables. Liberation has arrived. Can he focus on the starports? We're now trading with the army. First starport's gonna go down, but he won't get the fusion core. This had potential, but the Goliaths didn't really destroy buildings too quickly. And Kiwin defends. Kiwin, he will hold, he will shut this down. He only loses 1 starport. That was a big loss for Dark. As Dark, he plummets in supply. He needs to get more done there. As he throws down 2 more starports, getting into what, 6 starport production, going to mass Valkyrie BC. But again, he needs time to build up. And Kiwin is pushing. Kiwin, he knows he has a massive supply lead. Now is the time. Dark, his main army's out on the map. And Kiwin may just end the game. He may just walk in. May just walk into the main. Before siege here at the natural. Oh god, vultures there. They cannot hold their own. The vultures, they melt instantly. Vultures do melt. We can see Dark trying to counterattack, trying to force Kiwin back home. Valkyries aren't enough. Not enough Valkyries here. Kiwin, he will soon be came to the production. Pushing further in. Moving further in. First BC has arrived, but again, the BC production is late for Dark. First BC is going to be chased down. Goes over the Goliaths. Goliaths will help defend. Despite that, the first BC does barely survive. Whew. Yeah, barely gets away. Kiwin going for the fringe bases. Takes down the starports. Starports are under fire. Starports are exposed. Yeah, unlike Dark Shop earlier, Kiwin is actually destroying the production. Is getting within range. And Dark, he's torn apart. He's been torn apart. We're going to game 3. We're going to the ace match. I mean, we have seen some crazy comebacks in TVT in the past. But this time, Dark doesn't really have the production to pull off a comeback like that. I'll say that. He does try to race out. He does rush out of the main. He's just sending everything across the map. He's going for a Hail Mary play. But it's mainly vultures a problem. Like, it's a very cheap army here from Dark. He pans out with the vultures. He's got 1 BC. Dark, he has 2 bases left. He has this northern base, or I guess 3 bases. He has the main, he has the northern expansion, and he has the would-be 3rd. Oh god. Vulture's getting caught out. Kiwin, he's still maxed. Okay, still maxed out at this point. Dark Meridian. And he just doesn't have enough here. I mean, the Goliaths, they can shut down the Vikings, true. Vikings are going down. Liberators, they do trade. And Vikings, maybe they can land. Yo, Viking versus Goliath, let's go. The Brood War and SC2 counterparts. I'm here for it. Dark, he does deny the expansion. I mean, a very impressive trade here by Dark. Does take down the base. He does get a base up and running as well. The Vikings are waddling in. He waddles in, takes down the tanks. Yeah, there's what, 1 tank left, down to 0. Just purely Goliath. Yeah, Dark, he cannot hold. He cannot hold, not against this. It was an impressive final fight from Dark. It was impressive. Despite that, he should lose his base. He should lose his mining. Dark catching out some tanks. Does catch out a couple of tanks. The problem here is that, like, again, Kiwin, he has full saturation. Like, he's still mining quite freely here from his 3rd, his 4th, and his hidden expansion as well. Oh god, Jesus. You could argue if it wasn't for this hidden base, I mean, Dark may have taken this game. Like, it's not like Kiwin has a bank to work with. But the Thors are here. Tanks are moving in. Dark trying to force some friendly fire, doing whatever he can. Oof. Tank shots are insane. BC moving in, you're making 3 BCs. We got there. The BCs, GG gets called, and Killian will tie up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. We're going to game 3, and we'll see how this story ends. We'll see what race Dark lands on as well. Bear that in mind. Like, again, Dark has been playing random, has been landing on Terran twice at this point. What do we land on in game 3? As we're loading into Blue Storm. Whew, and again, an intense comeback here from Killian. Again, Dark, towards the end, he was then working towards Valkyries and BCs, but it was a late realization from Dark. It was a late transition. Also, Dark, he never saw the hidden base. He never saw the expansion towards the bottom right. So, alas, Dark was not able to punish that, and likewise was unable to deal with the Liberators early on either. GG. GG, well played. As we are getting into the ace match, we'll see how this story ends. We'll see how this all comes together. There we go. As we have our next game, it's going to be on Blue Storm. Blue Storm is going to be an interesting one. It has a much more defendable natural base, is what I will say. There we go. There's our setting up. Oh, hello, Schwab. StarCraft viewer, let's go. I mean, you just tuned in towards the end of the broadcast. We just wrapped up with the lower semis. We're nearing the end of the upper semis, and then the grand finals thereafter. So 2 series left, or I guess 1 1/3 remaining. We're almost done, almost there. So here we go. Okay, here we go. So now that because Dark did lose that game, it's going to be loser's pick. Dark is picking SE2, so his SE2 random. Killian, of course, is Brood War Terran. And what does he land on? What does he land on, Pappy? Again, Dark has been landing on Terran every game so far. Just to emphasize, he has not been picking Terran, he's just been landing on Terran. Do we get another TBT? What's it going to be? Oh boy. As we are loading into Blue Storm. Players are ready. Jumping in. We are jumping in. Give us the other. God damn it. Give us the Terran. It's happening. God, every time. What is with the code? As spawning in the top right hand corner, we have once again the random player. He has picked random every game in this series, and every game without fail he has landed on Terran. The SE2 Terran player, it is Dark. Without fail. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player. By the way, he has no idea what he's up against. He doesn't know what his opponent's race is, but he's going for the proxy, 3 ranks. The South Green Terran player, it is a Killian. Let's go. Very randomly Terran. Exactly. Can you recast the games of the finals just to me? I mean, it's all gonna be on Twitch and YouTube, the VODs. You can watch the VODs. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. CC for CC first out of Dark. Oh, is this a hard counter? Is it over? CC first means late racks, late factory, late gases out of Dark. Very greedy. And here come the Proxy 3X Master Marine. Remember, no gas, just pure Marine here out of Kiwian. SCV Scott does confirm the Terran race of his opponent. Now he knows. Remember, he didn't even know what the hell he was doing. Didn't know what he was up against. Now he's aware of the Terran. To Kiwian, yes. Again, just to reiterate, Kiwian, he just now scouted. Marine has arrived. And is that game? Like, there's nothing. There's nothing to defend. The CC is going to be denied. More boys are being pulled. Yeah, Kiwi, he's noticed just how greedy his opponent has been. The boys are being pulled here for Dark. Can he save that ranks? Can he get us around? Likewise, SCVs are here. There's a cancel. SCVs, they do try to collapse on top of those Marines. He gets two. Yeah, massive catch. Two Marines do get surrounded. That should not have happened. Likewise, Dark, he's bleeding out so many SCVs, so that's going to be 12 SCVs going down. That is critical damage here. More Marines have arrived. The Rex is now done. We have one Reaper on the way. But it may not matter. It may not matter here. He's going for the kill, going for the throat. 8 SCVs left for Dark. Not going for the production even. I mean, hey, he's got 3 Marines. Oh. Second Rex on the way. As alas. Kiwi, he's hunting down those SCVs. Down to 3, down to 3, down to 2, down to 4. Oh god, no! Almost nothing left here, and it looks like he's done it. Dark, he has been broken. He's muling his heart out, so the Reaper will spawn in, but should be caught out. Oh, does pull away. Does pull away in time. He has micro potential. Does have micro potential. The Rax does fall. We have another Marine on the way. He does pick. He does lift. He does float the hell out of here. But Dark, I mean, he can micro with the Reaper. That is true. Technically, he could try to kill every unit with the Reaper. Could try it. Oh no! Reaper goes down. Yeah, no Reaper. GG gets called, and Kiwi, and he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played, Kiwi. He will claim the series. Again, the blind proxy 3-racks against a CC first out of Dark. Dark going for the greediest build you can go for. The pants were down, and Killian will eliminate Dark. GG. GG, well played. With that, Kiwi, he'll advance on, and now we have our grand finals ready. It's going to be a best of 5 between Killian and 3-point. Let's go. Going to be a best of 5 ZVT here. Again, a 3-point is a very aggressive player, very aggressive, very often all in. Likewise, Kiwin very fond of mech as well, so we're expecting an interesting dynamic between these two players. But a shout to Dark, again. Dark, he is on the cusp of going to the military. For those that are maybe unfamiliar, for those that don't watch the CranKy Ducklings, especially during KSL, you may not be familiar with Dark. He did already announce that he was going to the military, and he did announce his last tournament. His last tournament is going to be KSL, I believe, next week. So next week is going to be Dark's final tournament before going to the military. Until then, we do have a little bit of time to spend with him, so we can feature him in StarCraft Evolution and maybe another Open Cup here and there. But Dark's military is right around the corner, so much love to Dark, and hope to see him again in an upcoming tournament. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have the grand finals. We'll have that final series between Kiwian and 3-point. See you soon. See you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals here. The grand finals of the StarCraft Evolution League number 10. Again, it's been an intense event so far. It's been intense, it's been back and forth, but now we are back with that final best of 5. And we have a ZVT ready for you. And this morning, in the right-hand corner here of Blue Storm, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the SC2 Zerg. It is a 3-point. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran. Oh, as we do quickly fix up some of our player names and player colors from South Korea, it is Kiwian. I have to set up 3-point as well. Oh, John. Oh, John. Aye. Bam, there we go. We have an initial matchup. We have our best of 5. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Hold on, I have to fix up the predictions. My apologies. There we go. So predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our ZVT. Coming into this, we do have our main races, of course. It is going to be an initial 15-15 opener out of a 3-point. Meanwhile, Kiwian going for his own Rax Expand. So safe opener here out of 3-point. Sorry, out of Kiwian going for his own Rax Expand. Again, a 3-point is known for being aggressive. 3-point is known for all-ins. So Kiwian, I'm sure, is fully aware of that. Kiwian has casted plenty of 3-point in the lead up to this, as well as Kiwian has been doing a lot of casting for StarCraft Evolution as of late. Alas, we do see 3-point, he does end up pulling away, transferring over, making it look like he's droning, he's doing anything but. He pulls out. Are we going for a Ling Flood? Again, that transfer was very suspect. Very suspect. Now, thankfully, Kiwian, he saw it. He did see the transfer. He is going into his own 3-back stim timing. Meanwhile, we have not droned. 3-point has not made a drone in quite some time. Overlords are on the way. Yep, and we're making lings. And so far, nothing but lings. This looks like just a straight-up Ling Flood here, a straight-up all-in at a 3-point, and this is expected. Again, if you're maybe unfamiliar with 3-point, 3-point is a hyper-aggressive player. He will all-in and cheese most games, if not all games. I'm not saying he can't macro. He can. He actually has a pretty impressive macro, but he often doesn't. He often does go for all-ins, Roach all-ins, Bane busts, Ling Floods, you name it. Here we go. Lings they have been amassing. Again, 3-point has not made a drone in quite some time. He's not making any workers. Ling Flood is upon us, and back at home, Kiwian, he is somewhat aware. Remember, with his earlier scout, he did see the transferring workers. He did notice the lack of saturation, but no bunker. Oh, no bunker here for Kiwian. He is massing Marines, but the Marines are vulnerable. And here comes 3-point. 3-point catching at the Bio Army. He will get us around. He will catch at the Marines. Marines are going down one after the other. 1, 2, 3 Marines fall. There is no bunker. He tries to pull away. The boys are being pulled so far. He does consult the army. Oh no! Up the surround. He comes in. Gets one Marine. He's trying to force his way through. The boys are being pulled. Nice hold position micro. But Lings, it looks like they're barely slipping by so far. Very nice hold. Kiwian, he's holding on. Oh my god. Does hold on. The SCVs, they barely survive. He does hold on to the natural. And now we're droning. Now 3-point makes one drone. Just one. There we go. He's droning on up. He's saturating. He's macroing out of this. Kiwian has held. And Kiwian, I would say, is in a better position. Kiwian, he is up 10 SCVs. Oh, 3-point. Knocking down those towers. Knocking down those rocks. Ready here to fully wall this area off. To be safe. To be safe against any kind of counterattack. Meanwhile, we do see Kiwian. He's getting up into his own stim timing. Stim is almost done. Getting to fire bats and medics as well. Is there a world where 3-point can actually knock these towers over on the army? Is there? No shot. No shot. Towers that has a 2 HP, 1 shot away from going down. Uh-oh. As Oh, does he go for it? Does he go for it? Oh, he does! Okay, does wall him off. Does wall him off, and just like that, half the army is on its own. And here comes 3-point for the surround. Ay, ay, ay. Catching out half the Marines. A very nice catch. And Kiwin, he's in trouble. He's in trouble here. Now, he does actually preserve 4 fire bats. Does preserve some of his army. But again, there's barely any bio supports. Just a really nice setup here from 3-point. As he does go the long way around, he does bypass the main army. Kiwian out of position. Well, there are 5 bats, true. 5 bats to defend back at home. They do defend back at home. Still committing across the map. Back at home, there's 2 queens. There's 2 queens to defend. There's the scan. Roach production has begun. Sims in. Does sim pass. Ooh, Lings are caught on the other side. And he wants those queens. He wants that expansion even. Yeah, the base goes down so quickly, so fast. Lings, they try to flood in, but the fire bats, they out position. They lock down those Lings. Getting on top of the roaches, and the base will fall. Massive pick off. The roaches, they will clean this up, but 3-point is down to 1 base. Down to 1 base saturation. Kiwin back at home. He has a greater economy. He's chilling, throwing down bunkers, setting up his own Sim City. He's got multiple layers of walls here. The rocks and the depot. Getting to siege mode into bio tank. Kiwin, yeah, he checks. There is no third. There is no expansion. And Kiwin, he's in a better position here. He's looking to outscale his opponent. Scans once again, checking for the tech. Layer is done. There is a layer, but it looks like just Ravager Ling here from 3-point. Also, I really love the model for the fire bats. In the StarCraft 2 campaign, they just use Hellbats. Like, I mean, you just have like the Hellbat as a unit. But here we have like a Marine with like a massive like fuel tank on its back and everything. It's beautiful, beautiful. I appreciate it. Now that we are setting up to have the initial infestation bit on the way, rushing into infestors, I would imagine, to help support, to help try to stabilize. You know, drop into the main. Dropship into the main base. Rushing, no, sorry, my apologies. Rushing into Hive? Rushing into Viper Tech? Question mark? This should not be for Ultras. I mean, potentially. Scan reveals, yep, the Hive is on the way. Like, Ultra Tech makes the most sense, but even then, 0-1 Ultras, okay. Kiwian building up his army, soon to be getting his own 3rd base. Supplies are still neck and neck. But again, it is Roach Ravager here from our Zerg player. Kiwian moving out. And he does get spotted. 3-point is aware. Fire bat job into the mineral line. Oh! He's rushing up some drones. So far 3-point is holding. Does hold, does defend, coming in from behind. Now the science vessel can throw down the defensive matrix. Rock's gonna be knocked down, locking in the army. I mean, we're catching out workers. That's gonna be 12 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Going for the base once again. Rock's get knocked down. Oh, that's gonna be 14 drone kills. Oh my god, they get roasted! Drones! There's no escaping this. Fire bats, they bust in. Oh my god. Look at the stim fire that go. They're crazy. I mean, they're crazy. GG gets called. And with that Kiwin, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. He will take game 1. He will take a lead in the series. And we'll see if 3-point can bounce back. We'll see if he can bounce back here. As a reminder, it's a best of 5, so plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. As a reminder, this all began with 3-point going for an all-in. 3-point, he went for a Link Flood. He cut workers at 18. He cut workers at 18, went for a massive Link Flood, and he failed to break the natural. He failed to break the main. He did not do enough damage. He killed a handful of SCVs with that Q, and he snowballed out of control. Was able to counterattack, snipe the natural base, and just made sure that the 3-point never quite recovered. Quite did recover. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. Going to be loading into Sylphid. Getting into that second game. As a reminder, Sylphid, of course, is going to be a 3-player spawn map. 3-player spawn map. So there is a bit of an RNG factor, and I would not be surprised if 3-point opens up with the pool first, or even a gas first. We'll see. We expect another all-in out of 3 points. It is what is expected out of him. We'll see if he commits to that, or if he defies expectations. We are getting in. And spawning in the top side. And the top side here, God, they kept their positions. Let's go. In the top side here of Sylphid, we do have our Brood War Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3-point. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the StarCraft 2 Terran player, the red Terran. It is Kiwian. Here we go. So again, 3-point after the initial loss. It is his race of choice here, his mode of choice, and he has chosen Brood War here, not SE2, and is going Hatch first. Okay, so Hatch first out of our Brood War Zerg player. Meanwhile, Kiwian calming things down, going for his own Rax first instead. So Rax into CC, playing it safe. And we'll see where this leads. So now we are just droning, we are just saturating. When it comes to aggressive builds that 3-point has available to him here, I'll be honest, when it comes to his all-ins, we do see it very often when it comes to whenever he plays StarCraft 2 Zerg. When it comes to Brutal Zerg, I want to believe that we can maybe get into a longer game state. I would love to see us get into a, 2, 3, 4 base saturation, getting into either mutaplay or into lurker tech as well, depending on what he's up against. There's potential here for 3-point. We'll see. I want to believe, Happy. I want to believe. This Kiwian does claim his natural. And the 3-point is still setting up. As a reminder, macro hatcheries are a must when it comes to Brood War Zerg because there are no queens, there are no injects. I mean, there are queens, but very different kind of units. When it comes to macro here, there are no injects, so when it comes to extra larva, hatcheries are required. We have link speed on the way, 6 links in production. 3-point here will soon move out. Whereas Kiwian does find the spawn location of the 3-point. Does confirm. Is aware of the opener. Is aware that he is safe. This 3-point does position himself here outside of the bases. Takes his third. Rushing into a third expansion. From here, we'll see if we go for a lair first or a hydrogen first. We actually haven't seen any lurker tech yet. I mean, we haven't seen much Zerg player yet here. It's a nice broadcast. But we haven't seen any lurker play. We could get there. As Kiwin is going for his 1-1-1, delayed third TC. From here we can go into Cloak Banshee, we can go into Banshee play, we can go into BC opener instead. There's options. Speaking of BCs and speaking of getting ready for anti-air, it is going to be a Hydroden opener out of 3-point, not rushing into a lair. Now for those that are curious, as you can see, Hydrotech is hatch based. You do not need a lair for Hydrodens, but you do need a lair for lurkers, and this is typically where this leads. So Hydras initially, so Link Hydra into lair into lurker tech, and then you can go into your spellcasters, whether it's Queen or whether it's Defiler in a longer later game. Ooh, meanwhile, that is a fast armory here. Interesting. Going for the initial add-on swap. Armory is on the way. Wait, what? Setting up for mech. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense here. I was a little bit confused because the Rax was positioned to actually get on top of the reactor. So I was like, wait, reactor marine? But there we go. We do have a mass factory. With the help of the army, we can go for a Thor drop. Medevac into Thor? No shot. Show us what you got. Show us what you got. Liberator does get across the map, does get eyes on the third base. Hydras are in position. Liberator gets turned away. Okay, more Liberators. More Liberators in production here. If it was a fast lair into fast Spire, I would imagine we could go into something like a Thor drop, but instead fast +1, more Liberators, getting into more Hellions, and making it up. Of course, once scouting the Hydras now were aware of the potential lurker tech. Kiwi knows. Repositioning. Covering the gases. Does delay gas mining. Well, I love the look of the Hydras as well. Let's go. Like, the headpiece is very Brood War. And it's something that, like, they did change coming into SE2. God, the nostalgia. As Liberators are going to be shut down. Despite that, they do get 4 drones. Not bad. They get 4 drone kills. Likewise, just massing up more Blue Flame Hellions and tanks. Lair is now done. Oof. As the Liberator does get quite a lot done here, getting up to 5 drones. Now, I assume this is going to be Hydra into Hydra Lurker, and we can still get there, but for now we do have Hydra Tech into what? Into a Queen's Nest. Now with the Queen's Nest, you do gain access to Hive Tech, to gain access to like the Defiler mount and Defiler Tech as well. But before we can think about Hive, here comes Kiwian. He's pushing right down mid. Hellbats morph in. We see the Hydra's getting ready for a surround. Going for the tanks. He gets 1. A massive pick off. 1 tank goes down. That's half of the firepower gone. Oh, I say half, really a third, as the second tank has arrived. Dragging the Hydra within range. At the same time, catching reinforcements. That was what? That was another tank going down, so 2 tanks do fall. Very nice positioning here from 3-point. Kiwian rotating in. Takes down the colony. Lings, they try to collapse on top of the tanks, and they will get 1. Yeah, 1 tank goes down. Hydras are coming from behind. Second tank as well. And 3-point, he will swallow this army. Takes out everything. The tanks, the Hellbats. Kiwian, he's in trouble. He doesn't really have much reinforcements. Again, he bled out 4 tanks in total. And here come the Hydras. Hydras, they're waddling in. Hive is on the way. Tanks, there's only 2. Doesn't matter. There's no supports. And 3-point is done it. He's done it. He has broken the third base, and he has broken the Terran. Kiwian has nothing left. GG gets called, and 3-point will tie the series 1-1. We're going. Well, we have a back and forth. We have a back and forth. GG again. Kiwian here extended very hard when it came to his push. For him to lose 2 tanks early on was brutal. Again, those tanks are the backbone of his army. To lose them early on, he had no support. He had nothing to really sustain himself. Once he lost them, his army was just out in the open. It was exposed. GG. GG, well played. You got completely swallowed up, and with that, 3point does put a point on the board, and it comes down to Kiwian to pick his next race of choice. Do we switch to Brood War? Do we commit to SE2? It's going to be up to Kiwian here to decide. Buenos días, buenos días. Agnes de Cruz. ¿Qué tal, qué tal? Buenos días. Good morning, good morning. Technically, I suppose it is morning. Here in Australia, it is almost 2 a.m. Almost 2 a.m. in the morning. It's getting quite late, actually. Getting a little bit fatigued. Of course, our next broadcast is going to be in 8 hours. In 8 hours from this message, we're going to be live with some more StarCraft Evolution with Kung Fu Cup. With StarCraft Evolution Kung Fu Cup instead. That is going to be in 8 hours. And then 8 hours after that, or I suppose, sorry, 10 hours after that, we're going to be live with the Sparkling Tunica. And then after that, we're going to be live. Yeah, you know how it goes here on the CranKy. Like, you know. 2 casts a day. 2 casts a day every single day. You know how we do. But here we go. We are setting up for our next map. Setting up. And looks like our next game is going to be on Holy World. Oh, for the first time today. Holy World has been very often vetoed in every other series so far. But it is going to be our next map of choice. It is into the 4-player spawn map. There's a lot to get into. Of course, Kiwian, he has chosen Brood War Terran. So he's going to be switching back to Brood War. That's what he does best. Let's go. The technical morning. The best morning of all? Question mark? Oh, no. Bueno, it's very late / very early / late días, papi. Gracias por el cast. De nada, papi, de nada. Here we go, we're getting to game 3 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner. Bottom right hand corner here of Holy World. We do have our players switching places. God damn it. Yeah, every time. Switching colors as well. Beautiful. Okay, and spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the StarCraft 2 Zerg for Team Hyper 1. It is a 3-point. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player from South Korea. It is a Kiwian. Hatch first. We do have a hatch first opening here out of 3-point. Overlord will scout top right. Remember, this is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in top right, top left, or bottom left as well. So we do have different possible spawn locations here. And 3-point, he will gamble a little bit, and he will gamble correctly. He will find Kiwian. Meanwhile, Kiwian going CC first as well. CC first into the racks. Economic openers all around. Now, when it comes to this map, welcome one and all to Holy World. Holy World is an interesting one. We do have a low ground main. This is a rare sight. I can't remember the last time we saw this in StarCraft 2. But a low ground main base, you can see here covered by ramps. Because of this, the main base can actually be quite abusive here to the main when it comes to like tanks behind the mineral line, or even pushes towards the natural as well. Like the main base can be quite vulnerable at times. Meanwhile, we do have ramps coming into the natural, coming into the 3rd, and coming into the 4th base. Of course, you have to knock down these rocks to gain further access, otherwise you can go the long way around. But in general, you do have a 4-base setup here in your corner of the map. Relatively secure. You can see the 4th base is exposed though to the elements, to the map itself. So you can try to abuse this mineral line. You can't abuse the gases. The gases are safe, but the mineral line is more exposed, as the SCV does confirm the location of 3-point. So Kiwian, he's aware, does find 3-point. Likewise, when it comes to the natural, it is on the same plane of elevation as the rest of the map, so you can be quite aggressive and quite assertive here. We have seen a lot of successful 2-base all-ins on Holy World. Speaking of, we have a safety spine crawler on the way, 3-point. He does not quite scout the build yet, but as we can see, 3x Stim. It's going to be 3x Stim here out of Kiwi, and it is a very popular, very powerful build, or at least it was. Again, in the last like 2, 3, 4 patches, this build has been nerfed over time in different ways. Slowly does add up, and despite that, I mean, the build itself is still quite solid, don't get me wrong, but it is a little bit less effective here as it used to be. This used to straight up just end the game. But now I would say there's a higher chance that 3-point can survive and we can get into a longer game set instead. I would like to believe that. As 3-point, he does get the early spine to knock down the rocks. Okay, that I was not expecting. I saw the spine earlier and I thought it was just a blind like safety spine crawler just to survive early aggression, but no, we're killing the rocks. Okay, I see you. Likewise, more spine crawlers on the way. 3-point, he does see the bio, so he's aware of the initial Rax opener, and he's, I'm sure, just assuming there's going to be 3x Sim just because of how trendy and how popular this build is. Very popular. And sees all the Marines. Comsat station is done. The Overlord is going to get caught out. And a 3-point, he responds with just a wall of spine crawlers. Just a massive wall going into 2-base Muta. Lair is on the way. Evo Chamber for +1 melee. Okay, going for the Roach one. But still a very fast Lair here. This is what, a 340 Lair timing? Jesus. Very early on. And with his wall of spines, with Queen support, with Transfuse, he should be fine. He should be able to survive this. It's a very drastic response, but I mean, he should be fine. He should be able to hold on. Marines, they stim in. They do threaten the Overlord. They will not get a kill. They will not get the kill. I mean, hey, that's an answer. True. That is an answer here to the problem that is 3-rack stim. Just a wall of spines and transfuse. Let's go. More Marines rally in. There's a scan into the main. Does confirm the fast lair. Again, fast gases. I would have assumed seeing this that it's going to be 2-base Muta, but as we can see, the Roach Warren is hidden. So hidden Roach Warren, Kiwi, he does not scout behind the natural. He is not aware of the roaches. Doesn't exactly know what's going on. Now, I would have assumed this was a 2-base Roach all-in, but a 3rd base is being taken, and we are rushing to an infestation pit. Interesting. Now, based on the hyper defensive opener at the natural, based on the infestation pit, are we bold enough? Stormhost, I believe they reach, right? From this base to this base. Because of the close by ground, because of the vertical spawns, we could go Stormhost here, right? I believe so. Potentially. Never mind. No, Hive is on the way. But like technically, because of the spawn locations, I think you can get to the other side with the Locust Wave. I believe the Locust will survive to the gases. I don't know if they'll live towards the base. Regardless, 2-base Hive. The hell's going on? Okay. So 2-base Hive here. From 3 points. Now, we saw the attempted fast Hive last game, and this can lead into fast ultras. I would imagine Roaches, they trade well for themselves. Oh my god, they shut down most of the bio. There we go, tank does arrive. Now, this could be for fast Vipers. I'm leaning towards fast ultras just because that would make the most sense in my mind. Like, we're not going to rush into like a Spire into Greater Spire or Hydrogen into Lurker Den. We'll keep an eye here. It could just be supportive Vipers, I guess. Meanwhile, BC, Jesus, meanwhile, rushing into BCs. BC's on the way. Oh, the Ravager extend. Massive Eagle, he gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. 3 Ravagers go down. Just get one of the tanks. And it looks like 3-point, he will barely hold on. Oh, the tank survives. Oh, there we go, it does go down towards the end. Hive is done. What's it gonna be? What are we going for? Is it Vipers? Is it Ultra Cavern? Yeah, there it is, ultras. Like, yeah, that makes, like, the problem is that this makes the most sense, but at the same time, it doesn't make sense. Like, What I mean by that, it makes the most sense that that's the only thing that's available here is going into fast ultra. It gets scattered, by the way. Like Kiwian sees everything, sees the hive and the ultra cavern. But the problem that I have is that the upgrades, they're gonna be 0-1 ultras. Like the upgrades are so lacking. Spire is on the way. Now you could argue that the goal here would be to try to catch Kiwian before Ghost Tech, but there's a BC randomly. More BCs on the way. Meanwhile, looks like, yeah, this was scouted. And that does explain the Spires. The Spires for Corruptors for the BCs. BC does waddle in. They're kind of waiting on the way. BC pushing its way forward. There are Queens to defend. No transfuse. There's a scan. Does confirm the researching Ultra Cavern, of course. Again, rushing into Ultras. And without Ghost support, these Ultras, they can wreak havoc. Like, they might not be the best upgraded Ultras, but against like Marine Tank, they're gonna be pretty good. I was gonna say okay, but now they're gonna be pretty good with Kindness Waiting. And with +2 carapace, like 0 melee upgrades. But you don't need melee upgrades if you're up against Marine. Like the Ultras, they'll do well for themselves. Oh my god. About to connect. Ultra has arrived. It does come in, does shut down the bio. Ooh, I say that, the tanks, they shell away at the Ultra. Kindness Waiting's not done. Yeah, the upgrades are not complete. No Kindness Waiting, no +2. And the Ultras, they melt. Clutch transfuse, keeping it alive. But the Ultras, they go down one after the other. 10 seconds away. He needs 10 more seconds. And the Ultras, they're going down one after the other. Just before Kindness Waiting. Upgrades are lacking. And Kiwian, he's done it. He's done it. He has broken the natural base. Breakthrough 3 Ultras. Again, it was all just before Kindness Waiting. Now it's done after the fight. If only it was 10 seconds sooner, then maybe. I mean, even then I'm not convinced, but it would have been better regardless. There we go, Ultra has arrived. Lings, they come in to support. Ultra still goes down there. There's just so many tanks. And Kiwian, he has broken the natural. And now pushing in towards the main. And remember, we spoke about this. The biggest feature of this map is low ground main. So the tanks have the high ground advantage. Pushing into the main, it's crazy. And remember, because it's StarCraft Evolution, there's mischance as well. So threepoint is going to have to try to push up a ramp to break out of his own main. And he also has a chance to miss with his range units, I should say. Ultra moves in. You have the medics holding the line. Ultra goes down. Yeah, and Kiwian, he's done it. He's done it. You break the natural, you break the main. He has done it. So the first BC goes down. Kiwian rallying in. Does rally forward. Okay, there's 1 Ultra remaining. Let's go. Oh god, there's just so many tanks there. There's so many tanks. The Ultra goes down. Picks up whatever he can. Behind this, I mean, true, there is the 3rd base and I guess the 4th base as well. Like, threepoint, he has an economy. But now his main base under fire. Now his tech is under threat. Going for the spawning pool, the hive, and the Ultra Cavern. GG gets called, and Kiwian will take a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Kiwian does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if threepoint can recover and bounce back. Let's go. Let us go. Just catching up with the chat. SG Watcher here. Can the chat simply explain to me how different the maps are? I see tons of different maps, and I'm wondering how much do they affect the matchup between both players. Before catching up on what the chat said, but the maps, they do typically dictate certain builds and certain playstyles. It's a little bit more extreme in StarCraft Evolution because there is so much more variety in StarCraft Evolution. But in StarCraft 2, likewise, there are definitely maps that favor defensive play. There are maps that favor aggression. There are maps that favor rushes. There are maps that favor more turtle styles as well. And this does typically, not always, but like maybe 80% of the time, impact the build and the play style that players go for. You know, we speak about this all the time, but for example, in the current SC2 ladder map pool, maps like Neon Violet Square, King's Cove, and Abyssal Reef, those 3 maps, they do heavily favor more turtle style and more turtle play, more defensive play early on to be able to get into a longer game state. Smaller maps like Arrowhome, like Whispers of Gold, they do favor more aggressive play and more rushes. El Dorado, depending on how you expand, that will impact how aggressive you're going to be as well. If they expand towards each other, then hyper aggression on El Dorado. So the maps that you usually do dictates like certain preferred play styles because they favor certain play styles, I should say. And it's hard to like go against the grain in that sort of thing. You still can, it's just like the map is working against you. We bring that up as well. You know, sometimes a player goes for an all-in on a map like Abyssal Reef, and it's like, oh, it's more difficult to pull that off, and there's a higher chance for the opponent to defend an all-in on Abyssal Reef, for example, stuff like that. Speaking of all-ins, we're proxying, but but here we go. We are jumping on in, spawning in the top right-hand corner here of Vermeer. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the SC2 Zerg going gas first. Okay, gas first opener, gas pool, delayed hatchery, very aggressive start here from our Zerg. It is 3-point. And spawning in the top left and also proxying in the dead center. Now, the reason why the proxy is in the middle of the map, because remember, he doesn't know where his opponent is. He doesn't know. It's a 4-player spawn map. He doesn't know where it is, regardless going for the proxy 3-racks. It is Kiwian. The gamba is real. He is gambling hard right now, and he gambles well. The SV, he will check top right first, and he will find his opponent. He will find 3-point. So very fortunate scouting pattern here for Kiwian. He rolls the D20. He lands on a 20, but not really. Remember, late expansion, late hatchery, faster gas, faster spawning pool, faster ling speed, potentially faster roaches as well, as he's staying in gas. He stays in gas, so this is either going to be for a Bailey Nest or a Roach Warren. So very aggressive start here for 3-point. So he will have units to defend. Meanwhile, the Overlord does confirm the proxy. The boys are being pulled. And he's here to deny the bunkers. He's here to deny those bunkers. Oh! Drones get spotted. Checks to the bunkers. As there we go, bunkers are on the way. Again, Kiwian, he did hold it close to the chest. He did delay his bunkers, just waiting for more Marines. SCV is going to go down. Oh, we just don't away. We just don't away from the bunker. First SCV gets surrounded, second SCV as well. Nice kiting here with the Marines. Does kite back, has shuts out most of the Lings, but the Queen is on the way. The Queen is, actually delayed. Yeah, the Queen was delayed in favor of Ling speed. The bunker will not finish as the SCVs were sniped. We have a backup SCV on the way. Just now left. Just to leave, and the bunker still does provide some surface area to make use of. Oh, I should say it does create a choke point to make use of. As Kiwian, he will focus on the expansion. Likewise, Lings, they come in for the surround. Ling speed kicks in, but there are just so many Marines that start stepping is too good. And 3-point, he's being shut down. 3-point, he's going to lose every single Ling here. Yeah, the Lings do fall. The SCV has arrived. This hatchery is no longer for this world. It's so close to falling. Down to 34. Do you always going to live? No shot. It's going to live. It's surviving. There's a cancel. There's that Bailey Nest. I mean, we saw what's being done with the gas. And the boys are being pulled. He commits to the all-in. Bailey Nest, it's not going to come into play. It's not going to come into play. It's just too late. And remember, it's not about killing the base. The base, I mean, it's already gone at this point. It's about defending the main. Defend the main base. Spine Crawler's on the way. Kiwian, he moves in. He commits. He will kill the expansion. And he doesn't lose anything to the Broodlings. Pushing up the ramp. Spine Crawler always cancelled. Banelings, they're gonna finish. The Banelings is gonna finish up. Can he morph in the Banelings in time? Can he morph them in? Comes in for the surround. Marines, they do kite back. SCVs, they do tank decently well, but there may be too many Lings here. Again, we're running out of Marines. We get a full surround and 3-point holds. 3-point he holds. GG gets called. He surrounds the Marines and 3-point. He will survive. We're going to the ace match. Whew, GG. We are going to the ace match here, going all the way to game 5 again. Kiwian, he did overextend going into the mineral land. He got surrounded by the drones, got fully surrounded. likewise was shut down. And again, it was also very fortunate that, remember, 3-point, he did go for a late expansion, which means faster queens, faster lings, and faster ling speed as well. So he went for, I would not say a safe opener, I would say aggressive. He went for an aggressive build himself, so both players going for aggression, but in the end, one player was all in, the other wasn't, and alas, the defender was favored in that kind of scenario. GG. GG well played. At 3-point, he was favored to defend, he does hold, he does survive, and now we're getting into the ace match. Let's go. Just catching up. Map size can affect proximity of bases, speed of attacks, position of attacks, relative to terrain, etc. Yep, true. 100%. 100%. The tournament you're watching right now is on another level of variety because it includes both SC2 maps and StarCraft 1 ports, which are even crazier. Yes. The difference between Brood War maps and SC2 maps is that for Brood War, there's a couple of things to bear in mind. If you remember, Brood War has not received a patch in a very long time, but it's still very competitive, and the reason for this are the maps. There's less limitations and less restrictions on the map pool in Brood War, partially because it is all balanced by maps. There straight up are maps that are more favored towards certain matchups than others, towards like Terran and TVP or Zerg and ZVP, vice versa, island maps as well. I would say that that's one of the reasons why there are less restrictions, because the maps have to accomplish a lot more. They have to do a lot more heavy lifting when it comes to balancing the game itself. But on top of that, like it's also, I would say, like a really fun aspect of it when it comes to the entertainment value as well. Like it's great to see, you know, more island maps, for example, or pseudo island maps, or even Holy World where you have the low ground main is crazy to think of. And they're willing to do that for multiple. It isn't just also because like there are less limitations and you know they have to rely a lot more on maps when it comes to balance of the game, but also if you remember, they have a little more control over their map pools, so they actually rotate map pools a little more frequently in Brood War. So if they do introduce a map pool that's maybe a little bit one-sided, or maybe one-sided in a way that they didn't intend, they can just remove it. Like they can just remove the map in the next season in a couple of months. Like the map rotations are a lot faster, I should say, in Brood War compared to where in SE2, where we used to be similar, but nowadays in modern SE2 we get a map pool for a year, right? It takes us a year to get a new map pool, so we're kind of stuck with it for a long time. So it makes more sense as to why we would want to be more careful. We're conditioned to be more careful with our map pools because we're stuck with it for a year, right? If we weren't, I guarantee you that maps would be a little bit more chaotic, or there'd be less restrictions and less limitations on maps if we could more freely shift them around and mix and match them and have fresher rotations. I think that's just a byproduct as to the current like landscape that we're in, when map rotations are so rare for SC2. But for now, we're going to be settling into the ace match, and spawning in the top right, or in the right hand side of Purity Industry, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, going for a hatch gas pool standard opener here in Purity Industry. It is 3-point. And spawning in the top side, going for the 3-rack stim timing once again, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Brood War Terran. It is Giwian. Here we go. We have 3 Vaxes, we have the Academy, we have Stim on the way. We're building up towards that early Stim timing, or that initial build. Now, if you recall, the last time we saw this build was on Holy World. And what happened on Holy World? Well, we saw 3-point walling up with Spines. He completely walled off with Spine Crawlers. He went into early Roaches, and then he rushed into Ultras. It was a crazy build and a crazy style. But that was his answer. His answer was to just wall up with Spine Calls and play Roach. In general here, against Brood War Terran, because of how prevalent this build is, Roach play is the safest way to play. It is difficult to defend against this with Ling Bane. Very difficult. So we expect Roaches at a 3-point. For now though, we're settling in. Hatch gas pool into a 3rd base. Just droning, just saturating. Oh, okay. So that's the STC. You know, Overlord getting caught out. Oh, apparently they changed the watchtower placement in this version of the map. Okay. Interesting. As I did mention that we expected Roach play, it is going to be Ling Bane out of 3-point. Bold move. We'll see if we can pull this off. As again, the initial 5-bat push with medics is on the horizon here. Again, this stim and timing can hit like a truck. Can hit quite hard. And 3-point is playing it safe. Again, this is a Baneling Nest before Lair. So really early Baneling Nest here at a 3-point for early Baneling production. Here comes the move out, gets spotted by the Lings. 3-point, he's aware. Here we go. He is pushing. Meanwhile, Banelings are morphing in. Going to be 6 Banelings to defend. 6 Banelings alongside 4 Queens, alongside some Ling support. I believe 3-point should be okay here. He should be okay. Army stims in. Takes out 1 Queen. Just the one. 1 Queen goes down. Behind this Kiwi, and he is transitioning out of this, going for his own factory. Banelings waddling in. 3 points. Yeah, Kiwi, he wasn't quite looking, wasn't quite paying attention. Nice kiting here, but the Marines are going to be surrounded. Oh, we have reinforcements on the way. Oh my god, the fireback gets a lot of shots off. Jesus, cleans up most of the Lings. Kiwi, he trades well. He does retreat back home, and we can now embrace a longer game state. Likewise, 3-point cannot drone up himself, and is now going into Roaches. We expected Roaches initially, but it's going to be Ling Bane into Roach, not Roach into Ling Bane. So building up into Roaches, likewise saturating his bases. Brutal Bio Army is so cool, for sure. I mean, the Firebats just add so much more to this as well. It's a very different dynamic that they bring compared to Hellbats. Just because, of course, Firebats, they can also stim, right? They also benefit from the stim upgrades. I should say they benefit from bio upgrades, period. Likewise, does move out, does skirt around the edge. Likewise, we have attempted Roach Ravager here. From 3-point, building up, securing himself here in between the bases. Kiwi, and he does sneak around the edge. He's going for the mineral line. How many Roaches? 6. So this is enough to defend, but last 3-point out of position. He's out of position. Kiwi slipping into said mineral line. Goes straight for the 3rd. 3-point does react. He does pull away. Please, that a Queen? Ooh, the Firebats, they hold the line. They shut down the Banelings. 1 Baneling left. Gets targeted down, but there are enough Roaches. Ooh, there are enough Roaches to defend here, and with that, at 3-point, he will hold. He will clean this up. Behind this, committing here to Biotank. Does commit. Likewise, let's go. Irradiate is being researched. For those that are curious, Irradiate is kind of like a ground parasitic. Oh, I say ground. It's kind of like a parasitic bomb, except of course, parasitic bomb is exclusive to air-based units. There are some distinct differences, though. I think the biggest difference is that once the irradiated unit is destroyed, once it is killed, Irradiate runs out. Whereas if you remember, Parasitic Bomb does persist in the air even after the unit dies, as like a persistent anti-air kind of like AoE zone that runs out over time. Because of that, it is not uncommon to go for Irradiates on high HP units like Ultras, like Roaches, Ravagers, or even irradiate your own units to boost in, like irradiating a dropship or irradiating a science vessel to be sent into your opponent's army. If you irradiate a Ling, the Ling dies and it runs out. Oh god! Jeez. Jump into the Bane. 3-point does defend, does hold. Science vessel's building up. Ahí está. Fire bats are lit. Ah. I see what you did there. God damn it. God damn it. Here we go. 3-point building up Reserve Ravager. He's going to be moving on in. We do have a tank line behind this. Alas, no high ground advantage. The low ground base here is exposed. Bunker goes down. Irradiate on the Ravager. Not bad. But does pull away in time. Gets splits off the irradiated Ravager. Tank's going to be going down. He gets one. Takes down one tank. Boys are being pulled. Kiwian barely holding on. It does hold. Does hold the line. Science vessels do survive. Tanks repositioning. But you can see how difficult it is to defend this location. Like, as opposed to some of the more other standardized third bases, there's no high ground advantage. It's out in the open. Massive choke point or massive entry point here on the right and left hand side. You're vulnerable to a surround. Kiwian now taking his fourth. It was a tough hold, but Kiwian, he does hold. Behind this 3-point, he backs off. He's on almost 4 base saturation. He's getting there. Building up towards his hive. Science vessel's going for the irradiate. I'm still not too fond of this, but he does irradiate ahead of time instead of during the main fight. Gets some damage done on these roaches. It's a very Kiwian thing to do. Very Kiwian. I'm always reminded, I think it was like 1 or 2 SELs ago it got him killed. Because it meant that he had no irradiate for the main fight. Meanwhile, ooh, dropship goes down. 3-point does go for counterattack. No tanks in position. Yeah, bunker will fall. Kiwian, he has to respond. He has to react to this. Leading out 2 SCVs, but he does hold the line, has to reposition those tanks. Let's get into the main, gets eyes on the hive and gets eyes on the spire. Interesting, we have a spire and an ultra cavern. So 3-point getting into his final form, building up in towards ultras, vipers, potentially broodlord tech, potentially. Oh, radiates the mineral line, but does pull away. And one drone goes down. Nice splits. But again, as you can see, like once the unit dies, then the radiate runs out. Does not press. Oh god, no! As Kiwian not paying attention, massive Bailey connections. Yeah, late reaction from Kiwian. He does race on over. Does race over. We'll clean this up. Kiwian, calm down, Kiwian, calm down. As he was caught out. Behind this, building up more ultras, building up more vipers. As he moves out, Lings, they move in once again. Catching up more Marines. Kiwian does commit. Does commit in. Yeah, he just abandons the base. He's just going for it. He's going for the kill. Now, how many Vipers are there? 2. 2 Vipers currently building up. They have full energy. They can abduct. They can blinding cloud. Yeah, Kiwian scouting ahead of time. Does spot the army. Does go for the Vipers, actually. Does radiate, but does not irradiate the Ultras. Yeah, with that, the army does collapse in. 1, 2, 3 tanks going to be going down. Brutal blinding clouds. Vipers will fall, but alas, Kiwian is being cleaned up. Completely cleaned up here. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, he has, what, 1 irradiate left. It's up to 2. 3, Jesus. 3 irradiates. Again, going for the Ultras. Yeah, he will shut down the Lingbane. Yeah, very nice defense. He holds on. BCs have arrived. Getting to double BC production. When he holds, he defends. Still has currently 1 irradiate with these science vessels. Likewise, Crother production has begun. As they counterattack, they do distract. Meanwhile, Kiwian moving in. This is risky considering there are corruptors, by the way. Has to pull back. Just irradiating whatever he can. Let's go. I do not have to get the hell out of here. And we'll bleed out one of those science vessels. Likewise, building on more battle cruisers, more BCs. Oof. One vessel goes down. Someone earlier was mentioning why isn't he using the eraser? If it wasn't explained earlier, an eraser is the move when you radiate your own units, your own science vessel. You just rush into a mineral line and just try to kill as many drones as you can. True, we didn't see that, unfortunately. Would have been a good memory for it earlier in the game. Now corruptors, they shut down. Oh, we're pewing away. Pew. Not bad. It's nice of Ace. Does like the expansion behind this, switching into mech, going into ion thrusters, into vulture production. So we do see initially bio into mech. Radiate here on the ultras. Thankfully, Lings, they do pull away. Most of them, I should say. Oh, as 3-point, he's setting up for a massive doom drop. That's 7 Dropalors. Oh, right. The island base. Okay. Can go for the island, or I guess across the map. We'll see how hard he commits. Another set of irradiates. Catching out the corruptors. 3-point having a hard time splitting. As Kiwini does move in. Does commit, does move in. Likewise, he's on how many? He's on 4 BCs. 45 Marines. Going for a massive ultra drop, but through the slow zones? By the time he gets across the map, he's gonna be dead. What's the plan here? Come back! Oh my god! It's just dead supply. I don't think we thought this through. I don't. God damn it! He's like, it's okay. I'll get across the map in 10 years. It'll be fine. He's crazy. It's like, oh yeah, there are slow zones. Oh yeah, we probably shouldn't do that. God damn. Ay. As Kiwini does rotate towards the south side, pushing towards the bases. Overload speed was not researched. That's also probably a big factor as well as to why this was not going to work. As the ultras are going for a counterattack, they catch out the army out of position. We're going for the base raid. Bases are going down, ultras are coming from behind. Where are the science vessels? Yeah, nowhere to be found. They were caught out, and with that, the ultras, they will clean up the bio. Back at home, Kiwi, and he will be able to defend with reinforcements. At least he should. Oof. Takes down the final ultra. Final ultra goes down, but alas, GG gets called as there was nothing left here for 3-point. He had no bases, no economy. You can see him down in supply, and Kiwian will take the win and become this week's champion. GG. GG, well played. 3-point, he was all in. He was completely all in. He had no economy, he had no saturation, he had no sustainability for himself as he was losing far too much. He was able to clean up the army for the most part towards the south side, but there was nothing else. There was just nothing else there. GG, well played. Kiwian will claim the win. Congratulations there to Kiwian. Meanwhile, shout out to 3-point for making a series out of this and for having a back and forth as well. It was great to see a later game TVZ, seeing Radiate come into play, seeing the BCs as well, seeing that kind of late game army composition from Kiwian. Likewise, we saw 3-point attempt to deal with that as well. With some mixed results, it was definitely a little bit awkward. Again, you can see how awkward it can be when it comes to engaging. Like the irradiates, they do provide so much support for the army against the air army, against the ground army, against the ultras, against the corruptors as well. Definitely a more unique dynamic. It's interesting to see how that's dealt with in the future. I mean, it also doesn't help that 3-point didn't really have an economy to sustain those losses, so he was just running out of time and running out of space. But GG, well played. It's catching up. That's apply for 10 minutes. Yeah, that's like Again, unfortunately there was no overlord speed. There was no pneumatized carapace. So yeah, that's also why the drop lords were not gaining any ground through the slow zones. But regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations to Kiwi, and I believe winning his first StarCraft Evolution League period. His first one. Congratulations. Congratulations, and with that we are going to be wrapping up here for the initial broadcast. I say that because we have another broadcast coming up. Of course, we have some more StarCraft Evolution on the horizon. Here we go as we switch our scenes over and catch up on our schedule. We just wrapped up with our Saturday evening broadcast. It is 2 a.m. in the morning, very, very late, and at 10 a.m. at 9 a.m. KST, at 10 a.m. AEST, that's going to be in 8 hours. In 8 hours time, we're going to be live once again with what? With Kung Fu Cup StarCraft Evolution. That is another tournament organized and hosted by SC Boy, the Chinese community, where they also feature StarCraft Evolution as well. It is a little bit different though because they have a unique format. Basically their format here for SEL, it is losers pick. For Kung Fu Cup, it is a little bit different. Instead, it is actually set for game 1, SC2 versus Brood War, game 2, Brood War versus SC2. Like they force the switches out of between the matches, and they also force Brood War versus Brood War in best of fives. In best of fives, they force Brood War versus Brood War, so that's always a lot of fun seeing that dynamic. Maybe not the most balanced of scenarios, but a fun dynamic nonetheless. So look forward to some of that. Again, that's going to be in 8 hours. We also have Sparkling Tuna Cup tomorrow evening as well. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft on the horizon, plenty, as always, 2 casts a day, every single day. Now, next week, I believe, is going to be a little bit leaner for us, thankfully. Checking our schedule here, I believe we should have Tuesday evening and Wednesday evening off. So next week is going to be a little bit more leaner for us, so we can have a little bit more time to ourselves, time to just catch up on VOD content and take a breath and just take a breather. But outside of that, we still have plenty more StarCraft on the horizon. We have the Thermal 2v2 circuit that is also Sunday evening. True, Sunday evening after Sparkling Tuna Cup, we have the Thermal event. We don't cast that, but we do admin it. We do work behind the scenes on Thermal's tournaments. Likewise, we have the Enki Pro Series next week. We have StarCraft Evolution Code A. True, we have Code A next week. We have Pigastore Monday, Woody TV Mondays, Monday Night Weeklies, of course. More Kung Fu Cup, Little League Cup as well. Little League Cup is going to be exciting because we're going to be featuring Scarlet. Scarlet was invited to Little League Cup and she did compete, so we're going to be covering that in English. That's going to be next Friday. We have KSL. And of course, just more content, more StarCraft, as always, Pappy, as always. Of course, there are some big offline events on the horizon as well. Events like Star Wars Zagora, GSL. Wow, we also have to schedule that. True, we have to schedule the GSL replay cast. We have to cover the qualifiers for GSL. That's we don't have room this week, so maybe next week. Maybe next week we can. I'm looking at our schedule. We should be okay, yeah. So the first week of May, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, like that week, we should have time to cover GSL. So we're probably going to be casting the GSL qualifiers. The GSL qualifiers were actually taking place as we were casting. They were taking place tonight, but there's no live coverage of those matches. We're going to be getting the replays, and we'll be going over the replays most likely next week. Not this week, next week. That is the plan. So I'm just looking at our schedule. It's a busy schedule. Regardless, with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Didn't think the BC switch would work in time. Yeah, it was crazy. Oh, it was crazy, Pappy, crazy. Appreciate to see it. But with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. Big shout out to Caprulu Cat in the chat as well. ! SC Evo. If you want to help support StarCraft Evolution, you can do so via Patreon. Again, there's a very dedicated team working on the models, on the assets, on the balance, on porting over maps as well. There's a lot of work that goes into StarCraft Evolution, and if you want to support them, so then you can do so via Patreon. So that is there if you want to support the evolution of the mod. You can do so there. Otherwise, thanks for watching, thanks for the support. We'll see you guys tomorrow or in 8 hours time with some more StarCraft Evolution, or in just under 24 hours with some Sparkling Tuna Cup. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Gonna head over to bed. Stick around, we're gonna be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live? Who is live at the moment? Who can we send everyone over to? Let's have a look. Let us have a look here. I see old mate Dave is live, Luis as well. Let's see. Bond Gaming, true. We'll find someone to raid. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Also, you can help support us as well. Exclamation mark Patreon in the chat if you want to help support our own endeavors as well, our own tournaments like Sparkling Tuna Cup and many other tournaments. We also do host events on a regular basis, monthly and weekly, so you can also support us on Patreon if you wish. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao, hasta luego.